Okay, Mayor Stevens, we are now live.
Great. Thank you. Welcome everybody to our East Lansing City Council, our regular meeting this Tuesday, September 15th at 7 p.m. Will the clerk please call the roll?
Councilmember Babcock?
Say it again, Lisa, we didn't hear you.
Present.
Nice.
Thank you. Councilmember Bacon?
Present.
Councilmember Watson?
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem Gregg?
Here.
And Mayor Stevens.
Here. Thank you very much. Our next item on the agenda is approval of the agenda. Is there a motion for that?
Moved.
It's been moved by Councilmember Babcock and seconded by Councilmember Bacon. Any edits, changes? Great. Seeing none, all those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, same sign. Wonderful. Our next item on the agenda is approval of the minutes from our regular City Council special meeting on the 8th of September. Is there a motion on these?
So moved.
Okay. This is seconded by Councilmember Bacon. Any edits to these minutes? Great. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye. Aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, same sign. Wonderful. Our next item on the agenda is communications. First, we have all written communications received by the council that are posted on our online agenda packet. Those are posted up until around 5 p.m. the day of the council meeting. So if you submitted something after that, we might not have it up here. And if you don't see something that was submitted on this agenda, just please let us know and we'll make sure that it's on there. Sometimes folks do tend to send individual emails to council members where they might want to send it to everybody. And if that doesn't make it full onto the council agenda, then just please let us know. Okay, our next item on the agenda is communications from the audience. Slight announcement before we get into this is just that we passed a rule a little while ago pursuant to our governor's executive orders to limit the time of public comment by 5 minutes. If you ask questions and council wants to respond, I'll do that at the end of your time. And our assistant to the council will give us a 30-second warning. So if you hear somebody chiming in and interrupting you, that is why. Emily, would you mind letting folks in?
Yep. So the first number we have on here is caller with the phone on number ending in 314. You are now permitted to address council.
Caller ending in 314, you might have to hit *6 on your phone to speak to the council. There you go.
Can you hear me now?
Yep.
Okay. Mayor Stevens and council members, my name is Ray Vlassen. I live at 1854 Cricket Lane, East Lansing. I join you this evening to strongly encourage the council to retain Newman Lofts as a 55-plus active adult housing community. Serving this cohort was and is an important addition to downtown East Lansing and adjacent MSU. This cohort has strong potential for East Lansing once the pandemic is brought under control. National media indicate there is a movement by active adults 55 and over with resources back to their college and university. Many are still active in their professional work and can conduct their professions from these new locations. A professional colleague, Betty Nucero, highly knowledgeable in housing options for the 55 plus, and I met with Harbor Bay representatives before the project was built. We provided suggestions about the project for its enhancement and advocated for its construction. Subsequently, we spoke before City Council in favor of this project. Betty has sent a statement expressing her strong support for keeping the project as currently designated, but has a conflict tonight and cannot speak to you. I am not aware of the specific financial stress the project developers are experiencing. However, I am aware of the full occupancy of the landmark and the positive leasing of retail space on Elbert Street. These should serve to cushion their financial stress. Also, on a positive note, I believe that Bay Harbor could view the current occupants of Newman Lofts as good neighbors with ideas as to how occupancy can be increased. The current occupants likely are skilled and capable people with insightful ideas and contacts that could help invite additional occupants. Also, the developers could consider short-term incentives for current occupants who generate new residents and for those invited to join the Newman Lofts community. City government and downtown business associations could be cooperators in this venture, as could university members with substantial skills in marketing and information. Our retirees in East Lansing could be invited to assist as well. The financial health team cited this wealth of capabilities in retirees as available and of potential usefulness for many city projects and improvements. This could be one of them. It's important to think of the Newman Lofts as a long-term, vital residential option. The city already has a 30-year commitment to the project. Therefore, I urge you to keep Newman Lofts for the 55-plus active adults who will enrich the city with their knowledge, their professional talents, and their resources. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Any council member want to respond?
Thanks for your comments, Ray.
You're
Great.
welcome.
Thank you, Ray.
Thank you.
Will you please let in the next caller, Emily?
Okay, the next caller that we have is caller with the phone number ending in 534. You are now permitted to address council.
Number ending, yep, okay.
Hello,
You're unmuted.
thank you. This is Ann Hill at 685 Buteo. I'd like to comment on a couple of items on tonight's agenda. The 100% clean energy. The idea of clear energy use is admirable, and I believe we need to weigh the balance of many factors in deciding when and how much we are willing to spend to convert to clean energy. As we go through the next few years, we're likely to see significant financial pressures, and we'll probably need to look at all areas for cost savings. For example, as many of us have learned over the past 24 hours, our vehicle fleet contains several hybrid vehicles, which are more costly overall compared to gasoline-powered engines. It's prudent to have a goal, but the goal must be flexible enough to allow us to adapt to a rapidly changing environment and look in depth at each of the many factors when it comes to our total energy use and policy. The second item is the developer's desire to lift the 55 age restriction on Newman Lofts. The people of the city of East Lansing were very clear in expressing their desire to have a 55 plus housing available in the downtown area. Through watching many of the archived planning and city council meetings over the years, it's been clear that the developer was aware of what he was agreeing to at the onset. Times are tough now, and I can appreciate the fact that he may be in a financially stressed position. Having been in the business of developing projects for quite some time, it's not new to him that there is a certain amount of risk associated with any development project. None of us knows the future. The developer stated that a comprehensive market study had been done. If units are not being occupied by the target population, perhaps he should lower the price and hire a marketing company to help seek out new tenants. The taxpayers of the city of East Lansing should not be called upon to carry a burden that is not theirs. And I ask the mayor and council members to have the courage to do the right thing and protect the taxpayers by not allowing a change to the agreed to 55 plus restriction. Thank you.
Thank you, Ann. Any council member want to respond? Great. Emily, would you let in the next caller?
Okay, caller with the phone number ending in 861. You are now permitted to address council.
caller ending in 86. Oh, never mind. I just saw you unmute. Feel free.
Hello,
Hello.
I'm Jackie Babcock. I'm actually a resident in Newman Lofts. My husband and I were among one of the first groups to move in. We moved in October 2nd, 2019, and we love it down here. We have lived in East Lansing for over 50 years. I retired from Michigan State. My husband did consulting there. We both graduated from Michigan State. Our daughter graduated from Michigan State. So we're definitely committed to East Lansing. We moved here. We owned 3 different houses. We sold our 3rd house and downsized to move to Newman Lofts. And we did this because we found we were down here all the time looking for parking places. We came to concerts, festivals. We were on campus. I do a lot of volunteer work on campus at the Wharton Center and the Horticulture Gardens and the Department of Theater. So we wanted to be here to be part of the community. I think that East Lansing wants to be diverse in their population downtown. And I'm asking you to keep the 55 and over designation for this unit. I think the people who live here are fantastic. We love our neighbors. We do have a lot to contribute to the city. And I just want to be a voice for keeping this Newman Lofts the great place that it is.
Thank you. Any council member want to respond or have any questions for the caller? Yeah, go ahead, Councilmember Babcock.
So,
I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
so Ms. Babcock, it is nice to hear from you. I have seen your name time and time and time, and believe it or not, we are not related. But my mom used to work in the College of Education, as do you. So it's nice to finally almost kind of connect. We've missed each
That's
other
right,
in so
that's
many
right.
ways over the
Yes,
years.
I did. I retired from the College of Ed, so that's fantastic.
Yeah, so very nice to meet you.
Thank you.
I do have a question for the caller, if you don't mind, Ms. Babcock. So as a resident, has there been communication from the developer on their planned move towards, requesting this from the council?
Right. I'm sorry. I didn't quite understand. I'm having trouble hearing. What was the question again?
Let me clarify. So the developer had obviously requested this publicly or requested that the council consider this type of action to move forward with getting rid of this requirement. Have they communicated with the residents to your knowledge?
Actually, yeah, they have. We received about the same time, I think it was about to go public, about a half hour late on a Friday. We did receive an email saying with the same memo, I think, that you got. And then about a week later, they did come to Newman Lofts. We did meet up on the patio outside, and there was also an opportunity for people to be available. No, we didn't Zoom that meeting. We didn't. So it was people who there were live if they wanted to be. So yes, it was originally scheduled to be a half-hour meeting, but I think we met for about an hour. They took questions. It was civil. We told them basically what we put in the letter. The residents did put a letter into City Council, and we basically said we want to keep it 55, and we're sympathetic to your problem, but it's not our problem. And we all came here in good faith, and we'd like to help. We do want to make this work. We're not trying to be part of the problem. We want to be part of the solution. But yes, they did meet with us.
Okay. Thank you for that. I just kind of wanted a perspective from somebody that lives there. Great.
Okay.
Other questions? Great. Thank you so much, Ms. Babcock. Well, Emily, would you mind letting in the next caller?
Okay, caller with the phone number ending in 945, you are now permitted to address council.
Caller ending in 945, if you would hit *6 on your phone, you should be able to speak to the full council. Again, if you just hit *6, I'll see that you're unmuted, and then go ahead and speak to the council. One more time, caller with the phone number ending in 946, if you're hearing me. If you hit *6, sorry, 945, ending in 945. If you hit *6, I believe they disconnected. Okay, if somebody calls back in with that number, Emily, would you mind letting them in?
Okay, the next caller will be a caller with the phone number ending in 492. You are now permitted to address council.
Caller ending in 492, if you would hit *6, you should be able to unmute yourself and speak to the full council. Again, that's a phone number starting with 608, ending with 492. If you would hit *6 or just unmute your phone, you should be able to speak to the entire council. Yep, there you go. Perfect.
Yeah. Hey, Mayor Stevens and council. This is Mark Bell of Harbor Bay.
Oh.
I was under the impression we were going to, I guess, talk further on after public comment. So I'm a little bit confused here.
Yeah. So Mark, we call on everybody that's called in just to make sure that we, get everybody's voice in. But yeah, I'll allow questions and you guys to give your piece when we get to the agenda item.
Okay. Thank you very much.
Thanks. Emily, would you like to call the next person in? Thanks.
Okay, caller with the phone number ending in 954. You are now permitted to address council.
I think, all right. And now you can hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay. All right. This is Nicole Viber. I hope you're all doing well. So I have a couple comments. I didn't realize you were going to talk about the 100% renewable. So I'm glad the other caller brought it up, but I guess I probably have a different perspective in that I do not think you could possibly feel like you are rushing into anything because we are well over 30 years behind of science that we know was hidden from us, that the fossil fuels are a clear danger. Kind of an ironic word, clear, because we see now that the climate crisis, which has been declared an emergency in Ingham County, has turned the skies orange in California, which was, we thought of as the produce state. So I would encourage you to realize, there are ample studies, ample data, all these ways that can be pursued if we have the courage and our leadership to say there's enough of profits first and to encourage those who are interested in the business sense and in providing energy that this just has to be the new way of going about it. So I think a very laudable goal is 100% renewable, and we cannot afford not to do it. We are lucky here in Michigan, but that, knock on wood, and I do have wood right here, and I actually did it, but, no longer, this is not the time to say like, oh, let's just hold off a little more. We've held off long enough. I'm 45 years old. I remember being 9 years old and thinking, I want to be environmentalist because I was so scared of what I heard and it was being kept from us. So please do not feel like you're rushing into anything. We are very late. We are on the precipice. About the development, I encourage you not to be intimidated. I was shocked that they were trying to say they were going to sue the city for something that they agreed to, and then to say that it's not, we no longer want to do the 55 and over, but okay, well, what about the other ones who chose 55 and over above us? Why not the low income men? They were given a series of choices. They made the choice, and the resident used the term good faith. This is absolutely a matter of good faith. And, you know, to come about saying like, we want this change and to do it in what frankly seems like a bony manner of trying to intimidate and to like, well, then we'll sue you if you don't. No, that's not the way it works. You can't break an agreement and seem like you're the one who's being put upon. It is a matter of good faith. So I wanted to say those things, and, you know, to me, a resident holds a lot more weight than someone who's, you know, obviously just chose the route where they think, well, we can make the most money this way. Well, now that's not happening. Let's just change the thing. It doesn't seem fair. Thank you.
Thank you, Nicole. Appreciate that. And I appreciate the jazz music in the background. All right, there we go. Emily, would you mind letting the next caller in? Unless council members have anything they'd like to ask or comment on. All right, great. Emily, would you mind letting in the next caller? Thanks.
Okay, so now we have caller with the phone number ending in 945. I see is back, so I'll go ahead and let them in.
Okay. And caller, if you don't want to speak to the council, you can simply just say pass. That's okay as well. But if you'd like to hit *6, yep. Okay, I see you're unmuted.
Yes.
We can hear you.
Yes. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Sorry. Can you answer once more?
Yes, we can hear you. Can everybody hear me?
Very good. Thank you. My name is James Deering. I'm a professor at Michigan State University. I live at 200 Newman Lofts in the complex in question here. My wife and I sold our home for over $600,000 early this year in White Hills because we wanted to move into Newman Lofts. We like the area. We like the amenities. I encourage City Council to honor its prior decision. Downtown is becoming a neighborhood of its own, and we believe that 55 plus residents are a key to a diversified neighborhood and to also inject the area with spending because this population has money. If council does consider a change to this requirement on the developer, we request also that the developer will be required to reimburse closing costs for home sales, moving costs for home sales, storage unit rental for home sales, real estate agency fees for home sales, and temporary future housing. All should be reimbursed as required of the developer. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions for the caller? Great. Thank you, Mr. Deering. Appreciate that. Emily, would you mind letting in the next caller?
Okay, caller with the phone number ending in 125. You are now permitted to address council.
Caller ending in 125. If you wouldn't mind just hitting *6 on your phone, you should be able to speak to the full council. One more time. Oh, yeah, there we go.
Hello?
Yep, we can hear you.
Hello, yes. Am I live here?
Yes, you are.
Okay, great. My name is Mary Fielding. I'm one of the original tenants in Newman Lofts. I would like to join.
You broke up there for just a second. Can we set the timer? Mary, are you still with us?
Hello? Yes?
Okay, great. Thank you so much. You can continue.
Okay. So my name is Mary Fielding. I'm one of the original tenants at Newman Lofts. I too sold a home in actually in Meridian Township and moved here. So I would like to add my voice to those who have spoken in opposition to the removal of the 55.
Hello?
Hello.
Yes. Am I live here? Okay, great. My name is Mary Fielding. I'm one of the original
Mary,
tenants
it seems
in
like
Newman Lofts.
feedback.
I would like
I need to mute her other device.
Hello?
Hello.
Mary, if you wouldn't mind muting your other device that you're watching the
Okay.
meeting on.
So my name is Mary Fielding. I'm one of the original.
Great. And now you can feel free to speak. We're on a little bit of a delay on the stream. So you're speaking in real time and the stream is on just a little bit of a delay, just so you know. So you're on live with us right now and feel free to speak to us. We got to the point where you said you were one of the original residents, but I think that it cut out. Ms. Fielding, are you still there with us?
Hello.
Yep, we can hear you.
Yes. Okay, I'll try again. So I won't repeat what I've said. I did sell a home in anticipation of moving to Newman Lofts, so I had my
I don't know what is going on with this caller. Emily, are we having any issues on our end?
Okay. Can you hear me now?
Yes. You cut out
Okay.
after about 5 to 10 seconds of speaking, just so you know.
Okay. Well, I'm just going to go to the core. I'd like to just add my voice to those who are speaking in opposition to the removal of the 55 and up restriction. I'd also like to point out that Harbor Bay is already renting apartments in Newman Lofts to those who are under 55. It's my understanding, based on conversations with the managers here, that the position of Harbor Bay is that under federal law, it's appropriate for them, it's allowed for them to have only 80% occupancy by people who are 55 and up. That begs the question of whether that's in compliance with the agreement with the city and also in compliance with the contractual obligations under the lease. But I'd just like to point that out and again offer my voice in concert with those who are, and for all the reasons that were mentioned, in opposition to removal of the 55 and up restriction.
Okay, that is news to me. Emily, would you mind taking the timer off the screen for a second? City Manager, would you mind following up with this caller to possibly verify that? And then I'm going to ask this of the developers as well when they come in, but that's concerning
Yes.
here.
Certainly, I heard what she said, and we will look into it.
Thank you, sir. I appreciate that. Caller, you might be getting a follow-up from our city staff, if that's all right with you.
Thank you. That's fine. I appreciate it.
Great. Okay. And I didn't want to cut you off. You still have about 3 minutes, so if you'd like to continue speaking, please do so. I just thought that was important to note.
Yes, thank you. I've said my say. As I say, I just add my voice to those who have spoken in opposition for all the reasons that they mentioned. Thank you.
Thank you. I appreciate that. Okay, would you mind letting in the next caller, Emily? Or other council members want to respond to that? Or okay, great. Emily, would you mind letting in the next caller?
Yep. Caller with the phone number ending in 963. You are now permitted to address council.
Hi, this is Alice Dreger. Ray Vlassen referred to a 30-year commitment from the developer. But in fact, as you may know, if you've read the agreements or read the history of these agreements, Lot 1 was given to them in a long-term lease for 49 years. So they have access to what was the city's most lucrative property that had been earning in income from parking of about $750,000 a year for about $200,000 a year in terms of the rent. There's a complex history here to why City Council made this deal. I tracked it all, and if any of you have any questions, I have a lot of records and also a lot of ways to easily access those records. But the bottom line is that the idea was that this project was not supposed to cost East Lansing homeowners money. It was not supposed to be the case that we would end up carrying it in terms of our taxes, paying for public services for their buildings. Unfortunately, it has turned out that it's likely that that's what we're doing already. So were you to change the agreement and give them a break, which it doesn't sound like you're inclined to do, we would actually end up with homeowners paying additional amounts. And again, I'm happy to provide you that information. I said last time, and I think it is important to reiterate this time, that it's very important that City Council and the BRA understand its legal obligations under these agreements. And hopefully you will have attorneys that will help you do that. But it's very important that you understand the deals that the original City Council made on this, including, most importantly, to my mind, the TIF authorizing resolution, which limited the amount of TIF that could be used to pay off the debt on the public infrastructure. On other issues, I had a question as to why the city attorney contract is not on the agenda tonight. We expected that, so I'm hoping you can explain that. And then you will have gotten an email from me with regard to the process on Lot 4 for the MSU-FCU project. I ended up going down a rabbit hole because the advice from members of the Transportation Commission was deeply irregular on that. And that seemed important to me because Lot 4 is at what is probably the second most important intersection in the city of East Lansing. And I think it's unfortunate that the Transportation Commission did not have an opportunity for some reason to meet and discuss and properly provide advice to the Planning Commission. But in researching that, I discovered that all of this time, the city staff was supposed to have also been offering the Commission on the Environment the opportunity to comment on site plans. And it appears, based on the response I got from the city staff today, that that has not been happening. This is very discouraging to me. We have had massive projects built in the last 4 years, the Hub, the Abbott, the Graduate, Center City. And it appears in all of these cases that the Commission on the Environment may not have been offered the opportunity to provide input in a way that could have actually improved the situation with regard to environmental consciousness. So you're thinking of passing a resolution tonight, which I frankly am a bit cynical about, because over and over again we do things that are supposed to do things like improve environmental concerns, and then we simply ignore what's been written into the law. It is incredibly frustrating to me that years after my battle with the city over the question of fire reviews as encoded in our own zoning law, we still are in a situation where the same section of the zoning law is not being followed with regard to citizen participation. And by that, I mean the engagement of the Commission on the Environment. So I will say again what I've said before. I really think the city should pause and hire a lawyer to do specifically compliance examination and figure out what the hell our laws say, figure out what the city's laws say, but also what the state laws say with regard to the Zoning Enabling Act, which I understand from a number of attorneys we are out of compliance with in various ways. We really have to pause and figure out what the heck we have on the books and figure out what we are not already doing. And now does not seem like the time to be passing more decisions, but rather to figure out what we're already claiming to do and to do it correctly, because there are many ways in which we are failing to take care of the rights of developers as well as the rights of people to participate in the process. I am not suggesting you pause the MSU-FCU project to check with the Commission on the Environment. It's not the fault of MSU-FCU that this didn't happen. It's the fault of city staff. And it's discouraging, again, that the debate I had with the city manager over this issue of fire reviews led to a denouncing of Eli on the city's website, but no actual movement towards actually fixing the problems, which would be solved, frankly, with a simple checklist. And I don't understand why we still don't have a simple checklist of how site plans are supposed to operate. The zoning code part of this is actually not that complicated, and you could actually figure it out with a checklist. So I am incredibly frustrated that we've lost this opportunity of participation of the Commission on the Environment for so many years. That's all. Thank you.
Thank you. There are a couple of questions in here. City Manager Lahanas, would you mind responding to the contract issue and when we expect to see that on our council agenda?
So the city attorney contract will be next Tuesday. We had a review by our labor attorneys, sent that back to the Foster Swift and got responses. So I think we have a draft ready to go on the agenda on Friday.
Okay. All right. Thank you for that.
I can speak to the issue of traffic studies on the MSU project because we sent an email to council. I'd be happy to read if that's possible.
Yeah, absolutely. Go ahead.
A traffic study was not required for the MSU-FCU project because they are not including any parking on site and are located in the B3 district. Section 50-104, parent 4 specifically exempts proposed site plans from traffic impact studies for property located in the B3 district that do not have on-site parking. So that's right away why it was not included. Staff requested.
That is correct. However, the zoning code does give the right of the chair to actually decide whether or not the chair wants to have his commission engage it. And I don't believe he was given the right to do that based on the back and forth in the records. And I got confirmation from the staff today that in fact, the Commission on the Environment was not consulted.
Mr. Drager, can we let the city manager respond
Can I
fully?
finish there a second? So staff requested that a traffic impact statement be provided to give context to the public regarding users of the building. It was not required. This information was provided to the Transportation Commission as a courtesy and to ensure that any comments they'd like to make were incorporated into the packet for the Planning Commission. So that was why it was provided as a courtesy. There isn't a requirement.
Okay, and then I have a question. So in terms of the Commission on the Environment, are they required to have a meeting on this, or were they required to be informed?
So my understanding is that there's a sort of a CC to the commission chairs, and we're determining to see if that was done. My understanding is that it was done to the commission, the Transportation Commission. I'm not certain if it was done, but I'm looking into that now. Either way, the process will be fixed to ensure that CC is sent to the commission chairs. So.
All right, Mr. Drager, if you had additional comments on that, go ahead. But I just, as a statement of I guess I'll take a point of privilege.
Sure, sure. Let me just say, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
But let me just say that for years, I've been told, we'll look into that and we'll fix that. We'll look into that and we'll fix that. We'll look into that and we'll fix that. I have spent more time than is reasonable on Section 50, Chapter 36 of the zoning code, simply pointing out to the city its own laws. Thank you.
Thank you. So City Manager Lahanas, so my only real concern with this is that if the chairs or the members in the Transportation Commission or the Commission on the Environment feel as though they did need to have a voice on this and it wasn't properly given, that's kind of where my concern is. If that isn't the case, then I don't have as many concerns. Of course, this is policy. Then I think that, you know, then obviously verifying that happened is a good thing. I'm not super familiar with it. But of course, my main concern will always be if they wanted to have comment and there was an opportunity for that. And I don't know whether that's the case or not. But, you know, so if there could be, you know, it's going to be scheduled for our agenda next week. There could be some kind of verification that the Transportation Commission or the Commission on the Environment either did or didn't want input on this issue. That would be great, because that's where my head is.
We will look into it and have an answer for you before next Tuesday.
Great, thank you, sir. Appreciate that. Emily, would you mind letting in the next caller, unless other council members want to comment on this issue directly? Great. All right, Emily, would you mind letting in the next caller?
Yep, the next caller will be caller with the phone number ending in 209. You are
Great.
now permitted to address council.
Caller ending in 209, if you would hit *6 on your phone, you should be able to speak to the full council. Caller starting with the area code 517, ending in 209. If you would hit unmute on your phone or hit *6, you should be able to address the full council.
Hello.
Hello.
Hi. My name is Lily. I live here in East Lansing. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay, good. So my concerns are with the COVID-19 that we have in the city right now. And I'm very glad that MSU, Public Health, and the city are on the same page. I think what we are missing is the resident involvement. And it's about time that the city will give us more information about what's going on in real time. Suddenly we jumped, let's say, from 23 people to 342 cases in 2 weeks. And in a way, it was not communicated to us that we are having a huge issue in the city. I understand that there is a quarantine and our police is responsible to keep us safe. And my question is, who is training the police so they are not going to get sick while they are supervising the houses? Are they provided with PPE in the same way that the caregivers are provided when they meet COVID patients? The other part of my concern is the elderly population in our community. As you know, East Lansing has many retirees, and we have several nursing homes. What kind of communications do we have as a city with this population to make sure that they are safe? I just want to give you an example. There is by Mayor of East Lansing, there is a nursing home that some of the people from this nursing home walking to Myers. What is my concern is the MSU students that have COVID and do not know it yet meet this vulnerable population, and then we are going to have a disaster in our nursing home. My suggestion ways to improve communication between the city and residents is to create emergency phone, kind of the tree phone, like MSU has. Because if there is a problem at MSU, they are sending a message to my phone. Is it possible for the city of East Lansing to send the resident message if there is any significant event going in our community? Also, just let you know that the vulnerable population that I just mentioned, they are not on social network like me. They have a phone though. So we need to make sure that everybody in the city is aware of the severity of our COVID situation.
Yeah.
Another idea that we can do is send each resident a flyer to help everybody mitigate COVID-19. And we can do it with a flyer that you can put in each resident mailbox paper. If you see something that is wrong, you need to speak up. Because if people are not speaking up, this virus will take control of our life, basically. I just want to give you an example. My husband went to Sears drive-in to get a lab work for himself. And in front of him, there was a Jeep with a student, and this
There are 30
student was...
seconds remaining.
This student was coughing up and spitting on the ground, and my husband didn't know who to call because this is against public health. So I would like to have a follow-up concerning the communication with our residents and what is the real plan if the sororities and fraternities and the houses are not compliant with the mandatory quarantine, or if are we going to close them down? Are we going to send students that are not compliant home? Thank you. And I would like to have a follow-up. I have already my email with one of you.
Yep.
And the follow-up is very important with these cases. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much.
Bye.
So I'd like City Manager, if you wouldn't mind addressing actually PPE and training for our police department in terms of being safe for COVID. I know that this is not something that is prepared before, but if you could speak to it briefly, that'd be great.
They have, each of them have assigned an N95 type mask if they're to come into contact, close contact with someone. Obviously, their first goal is to avoid close contact with people and do social distancing just like everybody else. Our fire department is much better prepared because of the EMS component to actually interact, treat, and handle people who are COVID positive. They have the special training and special equipment, the gowns, all the equipment needed for that purpose. And we obviously do transport COVID positive patients on a regular basis. And we've obviously protected our workforce from that transmission. So that's the answer. Police have the respirator masks, but the fire department is the one that's trained and would interact, handle, transport people who are COVID positive.
Great. And then Councilmember Babcock, go ahead. And then I've got a couple other comments after this.
Thank you. Just a point of clarification. We aren't using police to keep these folks in their homes, correct? I mean,
That is exactly correct. We are not acting as guards. There's not police stationed outside of people's houses. If there's an obvious violation of the public health order and there's a party going on, then I believe that our procedure would be to take enforcement in terms of a police report and sending that to the prosecutor for follow-up and potential charges based on a public health violation. But we are not having police stationed outside of 28 houses guarding them. Absolutely not.
Right. So I would like to say to the caller, I hear you and I agree with you. Our powers are very limited, and I frequent that mire. I know folks walk there and I see students there. I share your concerns. My frustration has been for 6 months now that the power to enforce anything really does not lie with the city, but I'll let the attorney, or excuse me, I'll let the mayor discuss it in more detail. Thank you.
Great. Thanks. I appreciate the caller's comment. And I just note the caller did reach out to me as also a retired nurse. So I'd just like to thank you for your service and the time that we are really, really relying on first responders and also our healthcare workers. So thank you for that. So I think you spoke to one other issue that I think was important that was just on communication to residents. I think that, a lot of our focus has been on returning students and other folks, but I do think it's important that we're communicating to residents as much as we can. And, I understand that not everybody's on social media. So maybe I'd ask the city manager to look into maybe ways that we can utilize Nixle or maybe some more, our mailers. I know that we are providing, communication to the greater population, but maybe some increased ways and methods that we can might be great.
Yeah, so Nixle is our preferred platform for emergency communication. We have I think it's like 12,000 people signed up on it. That's where we would blast out information on emergencies of any shape and size, including this. So I would encourage all of our residents to sign up through our website for Nixle. And that's where, you may get too many alerts. You can sign up to see what level of alerts you want and then fine tune it to your preference. But that's the preferred method that many municipalities across the country use as kind of a standard for emergency communication. It used to be the sirens, now it's Nixle.
So would we be able to utilize that a little bit further in terms of communicating with residents when things like, our health order from the county came out and different updates?
We did actually send the recommended quarantine and quarantine orders via Nixle, is my understanding. Obviously some of this information is protected HIPAA information, as the county health official tells us. So we're not privy to each house if someone is COVID positive and then we're going to somehow delineate that house. We can't do that, and the county health official won't tell us that information, but rightly so, because it's private health information. They should be adhering to the standards and directions from county health and not leaving, quarantining, doing all the things they're supposed to do. But we're not getting real-time information on who's positive and who's not, because that's private health information. So it's a challenge, and it's very frustrating for people. It's frustrating for everyone dealing with it, that there is a cadre of young people who do not seem to be getting the message on the health and safety issues to our community and the grave concern people have. I understand that. I wish we could do more, but it's private health information, so it is very difficult for us to step in and somehow keep people in their houses. That's not our role.
Yeah, no, I understand that completely. I just, I am cognizant of the fact that, if we can do more to communicate to residents. I know that people are scared right now, and rightfully so.
We certainly can, and will encourage and remind people of Nixle, that platform for communication.
Great, thank you. Any other council members want to comment on this directly?
I just wanted to add that I get some of my most up-to-date information from Ingham County Health Departments. They track the COVID cases weekly. And also I know MSU has come out with a weekly COVID tracker, if that's helpful to anyone to be up to date on what our cases look like on a week-to-week basis.
Thank you for that, Dana. I appreciate that. I actually failed to mention that, so I appreciate it. Great, thank you. Would you mind letting in the next caller, Emily? Emily, you there?
Yep, so I believe the next caller is caller with the phone number ending in 346. You are now permitted to address council.
Great. Caller ending in 346, feel free.
Good evening. My name is Jim Anhut. I am a resident of Newman Lofts since October of 2019 and calling this evening to address business agenda item 3.2. Mayor Stevens, members of the City Council, thank you for giving us this opportunity to speak. I am one of the cohorts, if you will, or one of the target audience as I joined the faculty of Michigan State after a 35-year career in real estate and joined the faculty as the director of the real estate minor in the Broad College. I am here tonight to reiterate the willingness of the residents and myself specifically to help the developers of this project to find a solution that makes sense for them and makes sense for the city in order to maintain the age restriction of 55 plus. So I encourage the City Council to stay the course. We're here to help and we are part of the solution. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, sir. Anybody on the council like to speak or ask any questions? Great. Emily, do we have any other callers?
It looks like we have someone by the name of Kellen Buddy on here. You are now permitted to address council.
Hello. Yeah, so we are hearing some reports that the Big Ten has approved a schedule for conference-only football, planning on starting that October 17th. Just wondering if there are any comments from City Council on their thoughts on, how that would bring some businesses back, or some business, back to the city. That's all.
Great. Any council members want to respond to that? Okay. Kellen, I have not heard that directly. We do have our weekly meeting with MSU folks and Connie folks tomorrow. So if we get an explanation of that from their athletics, I'd be happy to talk. And myself and I believe Councilmember Watson are going to be on that meeting tomorrow. So I would be happy to give you a kind of a reaction after that. But at this point, I don't have money because I don't have the information. So I appreciate it though.
Okay, thank you.
Yep. Emily, would you mind letting in the next caller?
I believe that's all the callers that we have on.
Okay. Thank you very much. And our next item on our agenda is communications from the mayor and council members. I'm going to start on my left, as I always do. Councilmember Watson. Said pass?
Yes, please.
Councilmember Babcock.
Thank you. I would simply say that for the past 6 months, we have been doing our best on the coronavirus. We also are extremely frustrated by the different layers of government and the different layers of procedure. If only we could convince people to stay in their homes or to think of others first with the masks. I know that many do, and I go back to Mr. Spagnolo's rule from 10th grade high school English: law is made for the lowest common denominator. We see so many people looking out for others, sewing masks. You know who you are, Ms. Gregg. Doing so many things above and beyond, looking out for people, going to work every day on the front lines. And often we say it only takes a few people to make the world a profoundly better place. Unfortunately, right now, it only takes a few people or a small percentage to prolong this agony and to put others at real risk. I can talk until I'm blue in the face about how it may not affect younger people. There are some of us who are healthier than others, some are more vulnerable, but I always think back to my grandparents who were born in the late teens and who lived through just harrowing experiences in the Great Depression. They were close to 30 years old, married with children, before they knew anything like financial stability, because then they went into the war years, and my grandfathers were overseas. One of my great uncles was at Iwo Jima. For the love of God, people, put on a mask. I don't like them either. My glasses fog up, but we're not asking a lot for people who have given so much. I don't know how to say it anymore. I mean, ultimately, you decide whether you're in this for yourself or whether we're in it together. And if that's all we have to do to look out for someone who may be extremely vulnerable or may not be, who just happens to fall seriously ill, as the mayor said long ago, it's not a big ask. If we do this, we can knuckle down, we can get through it. We've come through so much more, so many times in our history. We can do this, or we can prolong it and keep dragging it out and keep putting people at risk. It's a simple decision. It's a simple decision. Let's knuckle down, get through it, and be the community we can be. And that so many of us are. But those of you who aren't, there's no excuse for your selfishness. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Babcock. Mayor Pro Tem Gregg.
I had comments that were along the same line as Councilmember Babcock's, but she just very passionately expressed them. It struck me, I was speaking with our county health officer, Linda Vale, a couple of days ago, and it struck me, she mentioned that our incident rate now is higher than it has ever been because of the last 2 weeks of irresponsible behavior, higher than it was in March when we were all shut down. And that kind of continuing that thought, it occurred to me that we have, for some months of demonstrated reasonably responsible behavior, and we know now certainly that slows the spread considerably, and that it takes a pretty dramatic flouting of that rule of law or rule of suggested health advice to cause a very dramatic and very sudden spike. So we know what we need to do. We need to, stay away from people 6 feet plus. We need to cover our faces. And we see very dramatically and specifically that it will slow the spread because we see it in our community. And yeah, as Councilmember Babcock said, stay home, stay safe, cover your face.
Councilmember Bacon. Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem.
I think I'll stick in the same theme to support what's already been said a little bit, and just that I always come from the position that trust is gained in drops and lost in buckets. And I think that's the issue. That's how COVID kind of works the same way. You know, as much progress that you can make, you can undo it all in one fail swoop. And we're seeing that occur right now. And, you know, it's just time, like Councilperson Babcock said, for the young people, we're really not asking a lot. And I can say from the era that she was speaking from, we were asking a lot of young people. And this really isn't even comparable to what's been asked of other generations. And this is your opportunity. So, you know, live up to it if you're out there and do your part. Those former generations did a lot, from little kids all the way to the very old, and everybody had to chip in to get out of it. And we're all going to have to come together to get out of this. There's no cheap way out of this. So that's all.
Thank you, Councilmember Bacon. So I'll take a minute to, probably not as eloquently, but somewhat address some of that. And I've talked about this at length with some journalists and some other folks and members of the community that have been reaching out. And, you know, I think I mean, there are a lot of bad situations that are going to arise because of irresponsible behavior, whether that's, you know, a slowdown for our businesses, whether that is, you know, the inability to go back to in-person classes, whether that's, you know, folks getting sick and sometimes that sickness not ending. And, you know, sometimes I sit and I ponder what would be enough to get folks to realize that this is bigger than themselves. Because for the vast majority of people, they do. And the really unfortunate thing is, and the city manager and I can probably attest to this because we've been walking around fairly regularly, not as much anymore given recent orders, but you know, you see folks that are watching a movie right on the side of their house, and they are all spaced out and in different seats, you know, several feet away. And, you know, you see the same 7 people having a bonfire, you know, all around the fire. They might not be wearing masks, but they're distanced and they're being fairly safe. And, you know, I think that we see more events now that are on a lesser scale because people aren't in classes, you know, which is, I mean, you take the good with the bad with that. And there's certainly still risky behavior with just a small gathering. And I try to tell this to most folks that I talk to, is that even if you're under that 25 rule, if you're not wearing a mask and you're not distancing, you know, it might slow it because you don't have 100 people there. You only have 25, but you're still putting those 25 at risk, right? And those 25, if they're going to another event after that, then you're putting that event at risk. And so that's how we see spread. And I really hope that the past few days, weeks, I would have hoped the past few months, but if anything, these past few weeks is really a wake-up call to some folks to take this responsibility seriously. The truth is, you know, when it comes to the city's response, I get the question a lot, you know, what are we doing? What are we doing? And, you know, we're responding to every call that we can in terms of partying, you know, that we can handle. We're, you know, handing out masks in our downtown. We put orders in place. We put rules in place, you know, but we just can't be everywhere at once. And if you have an event where the windows might be boarded up and we don't know that there's actually 20 people, you know, in the family room instead of, you know, how many people live there, and, you know, we just won't know. And so it's got to be on personal responsibility. It's got to be on individuals taking a stand and saying, you know what, this isn't the time for this. Let's stay safe to stay open. So I'm hoping that folks get that. We're going to continue to enforce. We're going to continue to monitor. We're going to continue to communicate. And I've definitely been back and forth on whether to communicate strongly, whether to be positive about things. And I've tried them all. And I don't know what the most effective message is. But I guess at this point, I'm just pleading with people. Wear a mask and stay safe. Let's all get through this together, because we're not going to get through it if everybody's not on board. So thanks to everybody that commented there. I appreciate it, and I understand the concern. And this is difficult times, but we want to stay safe to stay open for everybody's sake. So thank you for that. All right. Next is our city manager's report. City Manager Lahanas.
Thank you. Two items. One is just to request to enter into closed session at the conclusion of this meeting for the purpose of conducting my annual evaluation. This is a continuation from last week. And then I also want to just address the COVID and our MSU students. You know, obviously all of us are frustrated. Council, staff, MSU, Ingham County, Responsible Hospitality have all been partnering to try to have a safe reopening. The council and staff and all of us have taken a lot of steps, communication, banners, emergency ordinance, the 25-person restriction on outdoor gatherings, stepped up enforcement by our police, walking around with the mayor and the city manager and the police chief on a regular basis. Lots of activities to try to encourage the right behavior and enforce. So certainly frustrating that a number of our young people are not getting that message. I had a different experience today I wanted to share because it gave me a different aha kind of a moment.
Yeah.
And that is that I went into the Hannah Center to prepare for the reopening and took a tour of all the safety precautions we're putting into place there, and had the opportunity to look into some classrooms that we're running for East Lansing school students that their parents need to be at work. And we have MSU students who are education majors that are running B&A programs, taking care and providing care. When we heard about the outbreak, we contacted all those students and said, are you committed to this? What's your practice has been? Have you been safe? All those questions went through. And we had a cadre of people who are highly responsible, who are taking care of themselves, doing all the right things. And they are in service right now, working for the city of East Lansing, taking care of children so that parents can be at work. So that's a different experience. And I just wanted to put that out there because while we're frustrated with a cadre of young people who are not listening, there also is a cadre that we're not seeing that are doing a great job.
Yeah.
So I don't want to, though I'm very frustrated as well, and we all are, we don't want to paint them all with a broad brush. We have some students who are doing exactly the right thing and they're highly responsible and they're listening. And we have a group of students who are not, and those are the ones we're directing the orders to. And those are the ones that we're talking about and we're seeing on the porches gathering in groups without their masks. And they're the ones who we're concerned about. So to all the people who are doing the right thing, we appreciate it. You know, I know it's easy for us to get frustrated, but we do appreciate what you're doing. Keep doing it, keep it up. And the people who aren't listening, it's time to be responsible. Take personal responsibility and protect your fellow citizens. That's all I had. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, sir. Appreciate that. And I think that's a very good message. Mayor Pro Tem, you had a response?
Yeah, I wanted to echo that sentiment by the city manager. I think that I used my council comments last week to compliment the silent majority, as it were, of people who are taking this seriously. We have got tens of thousands of MSU students in town right now, even without the campus open. Our rental units are completely full on this side of the street. I would say we actually probably have more MSU students on this side of the street than in regular years because of the dorms being closed. And so even though that dramatic jump in cases is a huge increase over what we have seen, it is a very tiny percentage of the students that are here. So to me, that really means that the vast majority of students are really taking this seriously and taking their personal responsibility seriously. It really is a small but dedicated group of thrill seekers who are causing our problems right now. So that is who we are really trying to communicate directly to right now.
Yes, thank you. Second all of that. I won't repeat it, but I second everything that was just said. And I've seen it firsthand, the responsible behavior as well. So thank you to those. City Attorney report.
Thank you, Mayor, and no report this evening.
Thank you, sir. Our next item on our agenda is our business agenda. Now, at some point, I assume council members are going to want to break because we're going to be discussing a few things that might take a little bit. So I'm going to just say this now. Probably around 9 p.m. I'll request a 5 to 10 minute break of folks. So if that falls in between some discussion items, that's probably where I'll get into it. First item on our discussion, and city manager, at this point, these are discussion items, correct? So we are looking to discuss, is there any action being taken?
Yes, there is one, and you'll see it. There's actually consideration, the last item, consideration of proposed amendment, you don't need to take action, but we're really looking for a nod from council. So that one is a quasi-action item. The other ones truly are discussion. So they're delineated by discussion, but that last one will be asking for some general direction that staff has the authority to do, but we'll want to hear council's feedback and then perhaps make a change.
Great. Okay. Thank you for that. Thank you for that clarification. So first item on that agenda is our discussion on supporting 100% renewable energy. I believe that is Kathy DeChambeau.
Good evening, Mayor Stevens and Mayor Pro Tem Gregg and council members. Thank you for having me here this evening.
Thank you.
This particular agenda item was actually coming to you in your discussion only March meeting. It was set to go, and of course, we had some events that have occurred. And so we're finally getting back with this. I do want to let you know some background because
you cut out there for a second if you'd like to.
okay.
Yep.
Is this better now?
Yep. You just said
Okay.
events that happened, and then I think you cut out there for a second.
Great. So some COVID happened in March, and the meeting that this was originally on was canceled. And so we're back now with this agenda item. I want to let you know that this is an item that the Commission on the Environment, specifically the subcommittee, the Renewable Energy Subcommittee, has been working on since 2018. They began that work then. At the time, City Council had a strategic priority of 100% renewable energy to reduce the footprint of the city, and the council liaison at the time was requesting this work, and so Commission on the Environment began working on this. You might wonder why this would take nearly 2 years to come to fruition, but this is a big consideration, and this is a big resolution. And so this was not done quickly. This was not done in haste in any way, shape, or form. There was a lot of research that went into the crafting of this resolution by the Commission on the Environment. When they approved it in February to come to City Council, they had looked at it several times, and the subcommittee, again, had been working on it for a very long time. Some of the work that they did in that subcommittee, I think it's important to note that they had multiple meetings with the Lansing Board of Water and Light and Consumers Energy, talking about all the possible ways that we can get to this, this goal and what it might look like and how those utilities are working with other cities and what those cities are doing. So we looked at a lot of different ways to do that. One of the things that came out of one of those meetings with Consumers Energy was to take an audit of our street lighting and which lighting had been updated to energy efficient lighting and which lighting was still needed to be updated. And in that audit, they discovered that we were actually being undercredited for those lights, and the city received a $15,000 credit through Consumers Energy. So, you know, there's been a lot of work that this subcommittee has done, and a lot of information that is, you know, important to this resolution, but also just important to the city, period, and to moving the city forward. And I think it's important to note that. We also did a lot of reviewing of utility data that was provided by both those utilities. You know, in some communities, and I'll use Traverse City as a good example, they own their utility. And so when they talk about their goals with energy, they also own their utility, and they can make decisions based on that. And so, you know, we have partnerships instead that we have to navigate, and they have their own goals for when they want to get to 100%. And so we needed to talk with them and understand where they were and try to understand what it would look like for the city of East Lansing. During this process, we also went through a Department of Energy certification called Soul Smart that makes the city able. We actually got a gold certification. We worked with planning and building, and we worked on some ways that we could make the city more solar friendly, both from a development standpoint and from a residential standpoint, for just a resident applying for a permit to do solar on their house, or maybe a developer wanting to do that. And so we took some steps and we did kind of a deep dive into that, and we actually received that gold certification in the process of this. We did substantial research on similar policies in municipalities, both in Michigan and throughout the country. We were part of the Lansing Board of Water and Light's integrated resource planning process. We consulted with energy professionals. I think that's really important to note that we met with Douglas Jester, who's a former mayor and an expert in this area, and he really helped us, especially we wanted him to see what the resolution looked like before it went to council. And so not only did he meet with us sort of mid-process and gave us some really great suggestions on the resolution, he actually saw the resolution and weighed in on the resolution, and we were really pleased to have his input on that. Kate Madigan was another person that we tapped into, the Sierra Club, ICLEI, and the Michigan Climate Action Network. So we tried to pull in people who have been doing this work and who are connected in this work and have worked with other cities who have also set these goals, and tried to make sure that what we were doing was both reasonable and prudent and looked right for our city and our situation in terms of utilities and our size. We also looked at increasing solar infrastructure throughout city facilities, started to do some benchmarking with energy, and started to track some energy. I think it's also important to note that through this process, in talking to a lot of people, the subcommittee of the Commission on the Environment looked at this in two ways. They said, do we want this to be community-wide? Is this a goal that we're setting community-wide, meaning it's not just for our government buildings, this is our whole community, our residents. We're going to try to do this community-wide. Some communities have done that. Some have started with their government facilities and use that as a model then for the community. And so as they make progress in their government facilities, they use that opportunity to reach out to commercial development and to residents and to say, here's what we can do, here's what it looks like, here's how we can model this. So we spent a lot of time in the beginning really having that discussion, and that subcommittee decided that the best approach they felt was to look at this from the city government facility perspective first. But you will find that in the resolution, they do talk about modeling this and having pilot programs and looking towards the future of the entire community, residents, and commercial developments in the city. So I wanted to give you that background. I wanted you to understand that this has been in the works for a while, that this is very much tied both to that strategic priority of council, but all the way back to 2012 when council approved the climate sustainability plan. And two of those primary areas of the council's approval were renewable energy and energy efficiency within that climate sustainability plan. And so I wanted to also make sure that you have that tie-in. The chair of the Commission on the Environment and the vice chair and some of the commissioners involved in this resolution actually came before council with an update on several things that they were doing. I think that Mayor Stevens might be the only council member that still happens to be there, but at the time they received feedback for this resolution also from council, and that feedback was integrated into the resolution. And one of the most important pieces that came out of that feedback was they had been offered the option of just purchasing green energy from the Lansing Board of Water and Light. There is a price that the city can pay, and tomorrow then we could say we're 100% clean energy and pay that price, you know, and just move on. And so that was an option, and they really wanted to be leaders in terms of building infrastructure within the city, to be able to say that we're showing people how it can be done, that we have renewable systems within our city, and that people can come in and see how this works. They can come to Bircham Park and see what a community solar garden looks like and how it works, and maybe it can be a model for your community. So they passed on that option of purchasing 100% to make it there through the purchase of green energy. We also had discussions about the equity issue. You know, energy can be very expensive, and it can be even more expensive if you're a vulnerable population, because it becomes a higher percentage of your cost of living in that regard. And so to say we would just take $250,000, for example, of city money and purchase that green power without doing anything with infrastructure and without looking at efficiency in the best way possible did not seem prudent to this committee, and they passed on that. And the council also really advised them to go after all of the infrastructure and all of the efficiency that they could possibly go after within this resolution. And once you got to that point, there may be some purchase towards the end, 10 years out, maybe even 15 years out if 2030 is too aggressive of a date or a deadline. But I wanted you to understand sort of the backstory of how this resolution came about and what the considerations were and how they did have some interface with previous council and were advised in this way. And I am happy to answer any questions that you have.
I do have one for you really quickly, just because you noted the purchasing. I wanted a clarification. If I remember correctly, that energy also would have been purchased and it might not be generated in this area. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Yeah, I do remember that. Other council members that wanna have questions or comment on this directly? I do have some comments later, but
I just wanted to sorry, I spoke without being recognized, Mayor Stevens. But
all good.
I just wanted to compliment the Commission on the Environment, exactly what Ms. DeChambeau just said, the consideration for the reduction of energy and the efficiency of energy on top of the green energy is, I really appreciated the thought that was put into that. We had some comment earlier tonight about the affordability of green energy versus conventionally generated energy. And personally, from where I'm standing, I took a picture outside of my shop this afternoon over City Hall of our red sunset tonight from the fires in California. And with that perspective in mind, I don't think we can afford not to pursue renewable energy as vigorously as possible. So that's not really a question, more of a comment, but I'm 100% in favor of 100% renewable energy.
Thanks, Councilmember Babcock.
Thank you. I can yammer on about this, and I love to yammer on about this, so I'll just keep it short. Renewable energy can be baseline energy, and it can be cheaper than conventional coal fuels in the immediate cost as well as the long-term cost. I have immense respect for particularly former Mayor Jester and all of the current members of the Environment Commission and Ms. DeChambeau. I think they've done a great job. I'd be happy to feed all the footnotes about why this is a great thing, but I will spare the community. Just email me. Thanks.
Councilmember Bacon or Watson, want to chime in?
I just think in general, like everything else in government at this point, it feels like a day late and a dollar short. I can't see how anything we're doing right now doesn't run through the prism of the environment. The environment's making its point right now, and kind of any way we can support you moving forward and even being more aggressive around this subject, I'm here for it. So just thank you for your work, and you have my support.
Thank you.
Go ahead.
Yeah, thank you. Wait.
No. By all means.
Thank you. Yeah, thank you for your hard work. I look forward to the part where the whole community is included in this as well. And just appreciate being a part of a community that's thinking about our environment. We only have one Earth, and so we have to do right by it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Watson. Yeah, so I mean, I'll echo a lot of the statements being said. You know, I think that it is important that I think one point there, you know, encouraging utility providers to accelerate their own timeline. I think that that's really important to mention. You know, it's certainly something that I heard throughout, you know, my campaign a couple of years back, and it's something that I think we do have really good partners at BWL, and working with them to accelerate this timeline is difficult, but I think it's necessary. And I think it's important that the council, solidify that that's our opinion, that this is what we want. I also would say, I appreciate the fact that, while this did, somebody in the community might look at this and say, wow, this took a really long time. I appreciate that, people are getting kind of every perspective, getting all the facts, understanding what the actual scene is for it. I remember very specifically when we had this conversation, I think it was a year ago now, almost. And I remember the conversation around purchasing energy. And I'm going to be very honest. I know that we had some council members on there that were very, very committed to clean energy, very, very committed to environmental stances. But I was still worried, because I saw that as something where we could do it, we could spend some money, and we could pat ourselves on the back, and we could say, we did this thing, and there's arguments for and against, right? Because if there's more customers for something, then there might be more investment for it. But I think that really pushing our own council, our own city, our own utility providers to accelerate this. So it's not just the city, but it's also the residents that have access to clean energy. And it also makes a bigger impact on our overall environmental footprint is the right way to go. So I'm in support of this. I appreciate the Commission on the Environment's work on this. Appreciate everybody in the community. And thank you, Mrs. DeChambeau, for bringing this forward. What's the timeline on this policy?
Thank you. I would like to, unless there's feedback that you would like us to incorporate, the Commission on the Environment's intent with moving it to City Council was to move it to consent, and to move it to approval. Okay.
I am all right with that. I would, for just the pure purpose of maybe having a little bit of public input if necessary, to Councilmember Watson's point, we can put this on a business agenda in the future. I think this is an important resolution, and I think it'd be good if we had it on a business agenda. That's all right with you and other council members. Great. Thank you very much. Anybody have anything else on this? Staff, do you need anything? Great.
All right. Take one moment to recognize the commission members who worked on this. I wanted to do that in the beginning, and I failed to do so. But our chair, Tom Alwyn, Commissioner Cheryl Schmidt, Commissioner Jessica Crawford, former Commissioner Mackenzie Foss, and former Commissioner Elise Anderson were all really critical pieces of this committee and in putting this work together. So I wanted to recognize them. Thank you very much for your time this evening.
Thank you to them. And I appreciate you recognizing their work. All right, on to our next item, which is a discussion from a request from Harbor Bay to remove development agreement and code requirement for the diversified housing. So obviously this is probably what a lot of folks are on the phone or watching are looking towards. So this is how I'd like to structure this if it's okay with the rest of council. So I'd like to hear from the developer on this. I'll give them a certain amount of time to speak to the council fully. I'd like to give council the opportunity to ask questions directly to the developer, and then I'd like council to just have a discussion. If there are further questions at that time of the developer or of staff, I think that's necessary. Sorry, and I would also like staff to present on this before the developer comes forward and speaks. But at that point, after we've received information from staff, the developer, and council members have had the opportunity to ask questions, I'd like to just have a council discussion on this. Does that make sense to everybody? Okay. So I will ask Mr. Fehrenbach, our Director of Planning, Building, and Development, to join us and give us a little bit of the rundown of the situation, and then our options moving forward. And I know that I'm saying rundown of the situation, and it is a very, very complicated and long-standing situation. So I did not mean to simplify if that was the message that was put out there.
Thank you. Can you hear me?
Yep.
So essentially you have before you a request from HBBM East Lansing LLC for the council to consider removing the restriction for the 55 and over age requirement for the Newman Lofts, which was agreed upon as part of the larger Center City development project, and was really agreed upon it to satisfy the city's code ordinance as well as to make the development agreement acceptable to the city. So you have a letter in your packet that sort of explains their perceptions, and I think that you have members of the development team that are on the call today to make their presentation, and staff is certainly here to answer any questions that you might have.
Does council members have any questions of Mr. Fehrenbach before we let the developer in? Just I mean, staff is obviously available for this discussion as well after, but any questions before I let the developer in to speak? Great. Thank you, Mr. Fehrenbach. I appreciate that. And Emily, if you wouldn't mind letting in the representatives from that development team, and they can make their pitch, and then I think we'll have some questions for them. I certainly do. Great.
Hello, I'm Steve Willoughby. I'm with Harbor Bay. Thank you for giving us the opportunity this evening to come before the City Council. I'm joined by Mark Bell. He's the President and CEO of Harbor Bay. We come before you this evening to begin working together towards a solution to address the challenges that Newman Lofts is currently facing, solely resulting from the COVID-19 pandemic. Newman Lofts opened in October of 2019, and we're approaching our first full year of operations. When we opened last fall, we knew that the fall opening was not optimal timing for residential leasing, and it was outside the traditional residential real estate season. Because of this, we anticipated our target lease-up period would not be until the spring and summer of 2020. The spring and summer are the primary season for residential housing markets throughout the US. We knew and were not surprised that leasing would be gradual for the actual past 6 months from October to March. However, we wanted to capitalize on this time by ensuring that our anchor tenants along Albert Avenue and below Newman Lofts, Jolly Pumpkin and Barrio, were fully open. We saw firsthand that the energy that Foster brought to East Lansing when they opened, and we knew if these other sought after retailers were open and operational, it would have a profound impact on our leasing efforts as well as the entire experience. From October to March, we did experience some modest success, and to date, we've been able to lease 25 of the 91 units, 27%. As we leased up these units, we also observed that 80% of all applicants that toured and walked into Newman Lofts resulted in an executed lease. Excited and encouraged by this, our team of professionals adjusted our marketing strategy that positioned Newman Lofts to be to a 95% occupancy by November 1st of this year. With the target lease-up period from April to August of this year, the entire team was confident and strongly believed that the running of their 60 remaining units would be achieved by October at the latest November of this year. Then in late February and early March, circumstances drastically changed for the worst. COVID-19 began to spread its way around the world, and the shutdowns began. MSU canceled in-person classes, March Madness was canceled, and so on. Barrio, which held their grand opening on March 9th, was abruptly closed on Friday, March 13th, due to COVID-19. As the situation continued to quickly evolve and worsen, we reached out to the former mayor and city council on April 1st and April 16th to begin conversations to develop a workable solution concerning COVID-19 in Newman Lofts. We were preparing for the worst, but hoping that it wouldn't happen. In the April 16th letter sent by Mark Bell, he stated, the next 4.5 months, or most likely beyond, will be the toughest stretch most East Lansing businesses will ever encounter. Not even the darkest days of the Great Recession in 2008 do I believe that any business owner ever envisioned a scenario where MSU would be forced to close their campus. And there is no guarantee that the catastrophic conditions will end in 4.5 months. Many are stating that MSU is actively exploring online classes for the fall semester If this were to occur, further significant revenue generating events for downtown businesses such as fall football and homecoming are in serious jeopardy. Unfortunately, these concerns became a reality. We've provided city staff, and I believe it's been shared with you, a timeline of key events that transpired since Newman Lofts opening last October. This is not a comprehensive list. This is not, but it does show the true reality of what we encounter and are truly facing. Statements have been made that Newman Lofts has not leased up due to limited marketing efforts, rents are too high, and lack of universal design features. These assumptions are unreasonable. They choose to pretend as though COVID-19 doesn't exist and isn't occurring. If COVID-19 had not occurred, we were actually here before you today, then a discussion of the marketing efforts, lease rates, design features, and so on would be fair. We could talk about the past year and have a clear understanding what the actual true results were and efforts were behind those. We could have an educated discussion on this matter, but to do so today would solely be based on speculation and personal biases. Furthermore, to have conversations today simply overlooks the realities of COVID-19 and true challenges that we've encountered. It creates the false impression and accuses our team that COVID-19 and the resulting MSU closure cancellations should have been anticipated and accounted for. That is not reasonable and disregards the true circumstances that Newman Lofts is truly facing. Our target 55 and older audience is at the highest risk for fatalities related to COVID-19. During Newman Lofts' targeted lease-up period, where we're continuing to market residential units to this demographic, East Lansing was receiving national attention for COVID-19 cases and incidences on CNN, Fox News, MSNBC, the New York Times, and on and on. The former mayor was on CNN. We do not have the marketing resources, nor does any East Lansing business, to counter or offset the millions of dollars of negative COVID-19 publicity that East Lansing was receiving during this time. Additionally, just last week, it was reported that Linda Vale, Ingham County Health Director, our officer, stated that death among senior citizens to fall if college parties continue. A couple weeks prior to this, Ingham County issued an East Lansing specific health emergency order. Then this weekend, East Lansing made statewide and national news again with at least 342 people which were affiliated with MSU testing positive for COVID-19. This resulted in another emergency warning by Ingham County for local students to self-quarantine immediately. And then yesterday, quarantines were applied specifically to residential properties. This is the reality that we're facing and working to overcome, where we're actually trying to lease the remaining 66 units. To dismiss COVID-19 as the primary reason and make unproven assumptions that other factors are the cause of Newman Lofts leasing challenges are misleading, and again, pretends that COVID-19 doesn't exist. Each day we all wonder, how much longer is this going to last? What will be the long-term economic impacts? But no one really knows, and opinions vary drastically. However, the one thing I think we can all agree on is that the true beginning of our recovery will not begin until a viable and trusted vaccine can begin to be distributed. However, despite these challenges, we must move forward while protecting the well-being of our tenants and fulfilling our financial obligations. Statements have been made that Newman Lofts is seeking to become student housing. That is not the case. We are not seeking to convert Newman Lofts into student housing. This has been inaccurately reported. It's been inaccurately stated on multiple occasions. This has never been our intent or requested. Like any other family-owned business, we are simply facing challenges resulted from COVID-19. We are requesting council action that would allow us to begin leasing to mid-career professionals and continue to lease to 55 or older residents. To date, we have turned away over 70 applicants that were non-students between the ages of 25 to 54. These potential tenants would have been welcome additions to Newman Lofts and assisted the city in working towards their longstanding goal of diversifying downtown housing. With the safety protocols that we already have in place for COVID-19, and by leasing to mid-career professionals and 55 or older residents, we can collectively lease up Newman Lofts, protect the health and safety of our tenants, and preserve the sense of community that already exists with the Newman Lofts. We're asking the city to allow us to rent Newman Lofts to professionals, business owners, MSU faculty, MSU administrators, and others that are under 55 years of age. If supported by council, we believe this would be an acceptable solution to almost everybody involved. To date, under the city's current ordinances, housing options to limit non-student housing have focused on provisions related to affordable housing, condominiums, and age-based restrictions. We would ask that this matter be revisited immediately to determine what other options may exist to amend Ordinance 1384 and provide Newman Lofts with the needed flexibility to lease to mid-career professionals and 55 and older residents. Without consideration of this request, we are solely left with requesting the removal of the age-based leasing restrictions and seeking council support of designating Newman Lofts as market rate housing. That has never been our intent, and that's not what we're requesting. What we've learned over the past 6 months is clear. There's an immediate interest and demand for mid-career professional housing that would assist leasing efforts for Newman Lofts and provide additional economic benefits and diversity for downtown East Lansing. So thank you for your consideration of our request. Mark Bell and I are both on for questions.
Okay, thank you very much. So council, do we have questions of the developer? I have a number of them, but I will open it up first to other individual council members to ask questions by the developer or staff based on that presentation and what we're looking at here. Go ahead, Councilmember Babcock.
Thank you. A question. Are you looking to reopen the master development agreement?
What we're actually looking for would be a revision of the master deed in regards to the provision. So when the project, it's our understanding, and maybe Tom can reference this, but Tom Yaden, your legal counsel, can reference this, but upon completion of the project, the master deed became the governing document. So if steps were to be taken with the support of council, then we would seek a revision to the master deed, modifying the 55 plus requirement that would allow other conditions to be incorporated into that.
Well, if I may, I mean, we all received the letter from Foley dated August 27th. And what's your cause of action?
Cause of action?
Yeah.
So from a standpoint of, you know, the impending harm, the actual impact, the financial implications that we're dealing with currently because of COVID-19, is that what you're referring to? Or I guess I'm not clear on your question.
Well, I've never been inclined to negotiate with someone who's threatening to sue me. I can't speak for all of the council, but when I read this, I thought, well, what exactly did the city do, in your opinion, in your attorney's opinion, that makes us legally responsible?
So from a standpoint of how we got to the letter, I think that's often skipped over. So from the standpoint of 2 letters were sent previously saying that the circumstances that we're about to face or we're concerned about facing with COVID-19 are a real reality. So we extended olive branches to the mayor and to city council in regards to can we have a conversation to see what can collectively be done? So from a standpoint to get to where we're at today, required some form of legal correspondence and letter to get us to a position where we're having this conversation. There was never an intent or interest to seek this type of action. We had intended from the very beginning to sit down the way we had with the entire team to develop the project that we have today that we're really proud of. But during the early stages of COVID-19, I understand that there's a lot of challenges that you were facing and dealing with other matters, and ours was just one of many. But it was never given serious consideration. It was never given the opportunity to sit down and have the discussion that we're having it this morning. So, or excuse me, this evening. So from a standpoint, if it's evolving into, you know, cause of actions, legal attorneys and so forth like that, that's a route that we don't want to take. We just want to have a discussion on solution.
Well, I think your letter speaks for itself. I'm going to hand this back to Mayor Stevens now. Thank you.
Okay. And I would just note that, you know, I am not one to really like having conversations in private and make decisions without public input. So when I had met with the developers before and obviously put that on our website via our ethics ordinance. Mr. Willoughby, did I indicate to you that I would put this discussion on a discussion only meeting in the future?
Yes, you said you would consider doing that.
And City Manager Lahanas, did I request that this be put on a discussion only meeting agenda before their press conference and this letter reached the council?
You had mentioned to me that you wanted an agenda. I don't recall if we set a date or not, but yes, you had.
Okay.
Can I make a point of clarification on that?
Sure.
If that conversation transpired, it was never expressed that a date was picked or selected, or that we would be going before council on any particular date. There's no conversations, no correspondence after that time.
Did you reach out to me by any chance asking for clarification on the day?
I did not, nor did conversation transfer in this direction as well.
All good. Other council members want to ask any questions?
I do have one question.
Yep.
In the letter that you sent to your residents, you mentioned specifically that you had considered numerous creative solutions. Could you enumerate those creative solutions, please?
Sure. From a standpoint, we offered a referral program that we're looking at. We actively worked through marketing strategies from digital to paid advertisements. And then we began working with our legal counsel to explore options to lease to young mid-career professionals. We had been spoken with early on in the development. I know we've been spoken to very early on in the process. A number of the residents were interested in having other parties in the building, that they wanted to see some further diversity from a standpoint of ages. It was from a standpoint of looking at people that had interest with Michigan State University, faculty, administrators, and so forth. So when you started looking at the interest that was expressed to us previously, and then furthermore, the demand that we were seeing from the phone calls and our leasing managers, we began to explore what that possibility was. So that's why we come to before City Council this evening tonight, asking for some form of consideration with Ordinance 1384.
Thanks.
So just let me clarify that I heard what you just said.
Yeah.
So your creative solutions were to offer a referral program to your existing residents who were 55 and up, to change your marketing strategy, and to explore leasing to people who are not 55. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. That doesn't.
And I'd like to add one other thing. During COVID-19 I think that gets dismissed. So when the conversation's had and questions are being raised, it makes the assumption that COVID-19 isn't occurring and it's business as usual. So when you pose that question and then you reiterate it from a standpoint that you should have did more, or there should have been more steps taken, it really disregards the fact that we're dealing with COVID-19, and it disregards that you have a population that there's limited movement within there. So to create this impression that there should always be more done, it seems a little bit unfair, and it feels a little bit accusatory. And then also when you're having the discussion that you had prior to this about the fact that what isn't being done in East Lansing, and then a couple minutes later you quickly turn around and begin to pose questions like you should have did more, it's something doesn't seem to align.
One final question before I yield to another council member. Are you asking for a temporary removal of the age restriction during the time of the pandemic, or are you asking for a permanent removal of the age restriction that would follow afterwards?
We're asking for a discussion on it. We're asking to sit down on what would be palatable from both parties' standpoints. So we're not looking to come to an
Mr.
agreement.
Willoughby, can I interrupt you?
Yeah.
In the press conference that you hosted, it was very explicit that you were asking for a permanent removal of the age restriction. Has that
Correct.
changed since that press conference?
Well, at the last sentence of that the last sentence of that document that we sent to the city, it states that we wanted to open conversations and communications. That was the intent. And because we submitted that correspondence, despite the miscommunication that didn't transpire between the mayor and myself, we're having that conversation now. So if there's an opportunity to develop a solution that works for all parties, then we would love to do and move forward in that direction. That's our intent. That's the way we operate. That's the way we built this project, was through collaboration and working together. We're dealing with circumstances that are challenging to everybody. So to be in the position, I can confidently tell you that our entire team doesn't want to be having these conversations at the moment. We are confident. We can go all the way back when people were talking to us doing this project. We were confident that we would lease this up. We were confident we would do that, and we would not have to come back in any form or capacity. And we believed in that. We worked through, our entire team worked through what it would do, because we saw what the success rate was when we got people up to the rooftop park, when we saw people get into the development. So what we're asking for is not because we don't think that the concept wouldn't work or it's not viable. We're just dealing with circumstances that nobody could have predicted. And we're dealing with circumstances that there's no clear end in sight. And that's why we're here today, is to start conversations and see if we can develop a solution. The same way we did when we submitted the letter on April 1st and 16th. But it immediately got discussed and went on record that we're seeking student housing. We never even got a fair opportunity to start the conversation. It just went right there. And if we can restart and reset the clock on this and start a conversation, we're open to that.
Councilmember Bacon.
Thank you. Around the contingencies, I didn't hear anything, a contingency on kind of a financial thing, assuming it's not COVID, assume it's a housing crisis or collapse or something along those lines. Was there contingencies from an economic perspective of what you would do with the units if, say, your current rates were no longer applicable or appropriate for the new circumstance under something other than COVID? Has that been explored? And what amount of units or what level of pricing, has all that been explored? What would be the rock bottom? I haven't heard anything from an economic perspective on what the actual need, fill rate, real price, what has to happen on that side if that was the contingency.
Can you guys hear me, Steve?
Yeah, I can hear you, Mark.
All right, can I take this one?
Yep.
Yeah, thank you, Councilmember Bacon. Let me, if I may, take us a step backwards and just kind of remind everyone that what went into this deal, because, quite frankly, other than probably George and Tom, everyone else, I think, was not there when we formulated this deal. But from my standpoint and to Councilmember Gregg, there was significant creative solutions put into the planning of this development, right? Okay, so I think Rafe Lawson spoke into the call, if I wasn't mistaken earlier. Betty Nocero, part of that team of community members that were gathered together to create community forums to understand what the community wanted for the 55 plus from a design and engineering standpoint. We spent considerable time in that fashion to construct those design details, including but not limited to a pretty transformational dynamic park that quite frankly was not necessarily originally planned, but was an additional investment made by Harbor Bay and the Ballline family. So, getting back to your question, Councilmember Bacon, I think that from an economic standpoint, we underwrote this deal with also the likes of the state of Michigan, who's a participant lender in this deal, MSU, FCU, a participant lender in this deal. There was a ton of collaboration that includes some really talented people from the city, right? I mean, Tom Fehrenbach was involved at the end, but Lori Mullins and Tim Dempsey at the start of the project. What I'm really trying to summarize here is that this was a collaborative effort, that everyone underwrote the rents, underwrote the economic conditions of this deal through third-party reports and third-party appraisals and third-party assessors and what have you, to have the most confident view that we could have, right? Pre-construction and certainly pre-COVID. Now, when COVID hits, I would respond to you respectfully that these are dynamics that none of us have ever experienced in business and government and real estate or what have you. So I do not believe that the economic conditions relative to rents, for instance, in the current climate is a variable that is influencing the lease up or stabilization of the project. The simple fact of the matter is that, and we're happy to share our reports, we're happy to collaborate with our team members, our managers, our leasing managers, to the extent that the city wants access to those conversations, is the travel, the activity, right? The weekly reports that we get, it has fallen off the cliff. There's none. The mobility of the 55 plus demographic of people looking for housing is just not there. So it has, respectfully, it's not a rent discussion. It's a who's looking for housing during this pandemic discussion.
Yeah, I do. I'm going to yield after this. I get what you're saying, but I was around 2008, 2000, whatever, when housing and people's houses were worth half of what they bought them for the day before. So I mean, I get your point as well, respectfully. But what was the contingency? What was the zero-sum game of what would make this deal work? I'm still not hearing the math. You just kind of went around that. What's the math? If you're at 50% and the math was X amount and that was the nut to make the deal work, where's your math? I'm still waiting for it.
Okay. Well, I guess I would welcome an opportunity to sit down with yourself or George and Tom and disclose financials. I can tell you just in broad stroke terms that a 25% occupancy rate on the Newman project, or 27, whatever it is not economically feasible. So what's our burn rate? How long can we survive at those types of percentages without capital calls to the members or bankruptcy or what have you? Let's have that discussion, please. Right? Because I guess I would ask council, what would be a reasonable time frame to continue down the current status quo trajectory at the current occupancy rate? What would be reasonable if we're sitting here 5 months from now at 27% occupied? Is that reasonable? Is the end game for the developer to go bankrupt? I will remind you that there's a really proud, amazing family member that's a great partner to the Steel and the Ball Line family. Not that, trust me, Harbor Bay is made up of great people too, as is everyone on this call and the city as a whole. We're in this together, and I'm looking for compromise, as is my team. So I throw that back to you and say, what are we supposed to do if we know that from Fauci or Linda Vale or what have you, no one's crystal ball is any better than anybody else's. We don't know when this is going to end. I can say that we are losing a lot of money, and I'll repeat that I'm happy to sit down with city officials and disclose those details.
Thank you.
Councilmember Babcock.
Thank you. Mr. Bell and Mr. Willoughby, we did sit down on August 5th. You had a series of meetings. I have not yet disclosed mine on the website. Thank you for the reminder, Mayor Stevens. And at that time, I asked you if the city could do anything for you. What would you like us to do? Do you remember that conversation?
Yes.
Yeah. And you said, remove the 55 age requirement. And I said, okay, anything else? Do you remember that?
I don't know if it's as simple as that.
Well, okay, so I asked you a second time, and the answer, to my recollection, was, again, the same. And I said, all right. I asked you a third time, and your answer was the same. During that meeting, though, we also discussed those buildings have no accessibility panel to get inside the doors, round doorknobs. And I think I told you that now that I'm on the cusp of my 54th birthday, you start to notice those things. And I think your response, if I recall correctly, was that you were looking for active older people. And I said, well, these things still matter, because once you start to wear bifocals, once you're aware you could take a tumble with lack of depth perception, you can be fairly active and in your early 50s, and you start to think, hey, I want that. I need that. I look for that. And I believe that members of this community, really astute people, came forward and told you that. But none of that exists. So my understanding is that 3 years ago, Harbor Bay was given some options, and that the options were owner occupied, over 55, or low to moderate income housing. Is that true?
Correct.
And who made the decision for over 55?
The developer.
Ultimately, it was the developer, but it's not just as simple as that. I'd like to clarify a couple points. In that meeting that we had, we talked through a number of things over that course of 45 minutes. We talked through where we're at, what we're going through, things that we would like to see possibly visited, from a standpoint. And based on the conversation, if there was no willingness or openness to revisiting Ordinance 1384, then what we stated was we would have to seek a removal of the 55 plus housing requirement or age requirement in totality. That's what was discussed. So to make it a sound that was, just kind of us demanding during that conversation, it was more of a back and forth. I recall it being very casual, very relaxed up on the park. And it was just a genuine conversation about what we were going through and what we were dealing with. It felt as though we were talking as a prominent business owner, that we were talking to a council member as a constituent and going through the challenges that we're facing. So to state it as such that it was, this is what we want, this is what we need, isn't a true summary of that conversation. And furthermore, in regards to the things that you noted within the building, I thanked you for that. I said, I appreciate you bringing those to our attentions. Those are all items. We built this building to code. It went through an inspection process and went through. So if something didn't happen, it's definitely worth noting. And, we should talk that through, because our team worked very closely with the city as a team to get the certificate of occupancy completed so we could open the building. So when we talk about this, we didn't just simply state that, oh, it's active adult housing and dismiss. We took your comments into, we considered them openly, and we had a conversation about it. So I just wanted to be clear on that.
Great. Have you installed any door panels or switched the door handles out for levers instead of round handles?
I'm going to take that. Steve, can I take that, please?
Of course.
Yeah, thank you. Councilmember Babcock, there's a difference in the senior housing industry between independent living and assisted living. The design features that go between the two, there's a lot of variety in senior housing. So I don't think it's fair to necessarily pinpoint certain opinionated design features as a potential negative for the lease up of Newman Lofts. That's number one. Number two, we have modified units in Newman Lofts per the requests of residents. So if we do have a residence, we're certainly open-minded and want to work with that resident to make sure that we can modify a unit if need be in order to best situate their circumstance within reason. Thirdly, I'll remind you that we sat down on multiple community forums prior to the design and engineering of this building. These are representatives of the East Lansing community of 55 plus, several meetings led by Ray Lawson and Betty Nocera. Not once did any of the comments or design features that you're speaking of now come up in those forums. That's not a criticism, it's just a reality. So I can assure you that I take great pride in our team and our development team members in the dedication they took to the design and specifically the interior design of this building. It's befitting of a very mature audience. From the, if you want to know specifically actually on some of the trademarks that came out of those small focus groups, it was they wanted a larger parking ratio. They wanted storage on every single floor. They wanted larger units. They wanted balconies. They wanted offices in the community areas for consulting. They wanted a dog run. They wanted an outdoor terrace of great quality. They wanted a gym. All of those things were taken into account. And so if we missed any, and there are some reasonable modifications that would actually help a prospective prospect, again, we have done it and are more than happy to continue doing so.
Councilmember Babcock, go ahead. You still have more?
No, go ahead, Mayor. Thank you.
Councilmember Watson, do you have anything before I get on some of my questions?
Yeah, just kind of a few questions. You're leasing, so you mentioned the students lease in August. The 55 and up probably lease year round. And I'm wondering, do they get 1-year leases too? Or what are the 55 plus lease terms like?
Yeah, that's a great question. It'd be more of your conventional lease cycle. Just to be clear, right? Students can't be discriminated against, right? So to be fair, for instance, on Landmark on Grand River, right, on the south, non-students are freely allowed to live there. But, again, we go back to careful design and forethought, right? And so those units, micros, studios, the interior design, the touch and feel, the expressions of a building, speak and were designed to a younger audience, right? There are, for instance, non-students living at Landmark and Grand River for the record. Now, on the north side, to specifically answer your question, they are year leases, right? They fall sporadically throughout the year, so you're going to have leases in basically every month, whereas the student leasing season traditionally falls in August and goes 12 months thereafter.
But the 55 and plus, is it 1-year leases or?
Traditionally, yes. I think our ops team is not on the phone call, but if someone came to us and wanted a longer term lease, there's certainly, we're willing to entertain that. And if I'm not mistaken, I think there are some people that have longer than 1-year leases.
Okay, and my other question is, I'm just doing the math. So you mentioned 27% leased and you have 66 units vacant. So how many total units, and then is 25% for the 55 plus or more than 25%?
I don't have the numbers right in front of me on the original MDA, but essentially I think the numbers were 365 total units. So if you took 25% of that, it's about 91. I'm hoping that's right. I can get my calculator, but that effectively, Councilmember Watson, was how it was underwritten. 365 is the total denominator, and then 91 was applied to the 55 plus Newman Lofts.
And is that 91 approximately 25%?
It is, yes, 25%.
Okay, so I'm still, there's kind of like still a 45% group. I get it. There's still a 45% that's not filled. And so I'm just wondering if this isn't just about the 55 plus piece. Like does that need to be focused on? Because it's not just the 55 plus, that's the vacancies.
Yeah, it's a great question. The financial integrity of the deal was such that every component or unit, if you will, was essentially condoed, right? So Target, Landmark on Grand River, as you transfer north, you've got the retail right at the base, and you've got the city parking ramp, and then you've got Newman Lofts. Each one of those 5 units has their own tax ID PIN number. So each one is on its own P&L statement. So, another way to think of it, there's not one tax bill that is shared by all 5 units. Newman Lofts, for instance, is assessed at 95% occupancy, and we're paying full taxes on a unit that's 27% occupied.
Thank you.
Thanks. Anybody else have any? Okay. So I've got a few questions for you. So the press conference and some of the messaging, even in the letter, and by some of the messaging that we've received so far, has phrased this as a East Lansing supporting businesses conversation. And I do want to note that I am appreciative of the fact that you guys have given some relief to those businesses that you tenant. That's a good thing. I think a lot of members of the community have done that as well, that might have tenants that are commercial businesses. I do want to appreciate that. But what you're asking for here is a change in perpetuity. So what would you do in perpetuity to help those businesses, since you are asking for a solution that would be something permanent? So what would you be doing permanently to help those businesses? Would you be giving a lower, this has just been approached as a business issue, and that is an issue that, of course, I am sympathetic towards. But I would want to know if we're making a permanent change to the requirements on you all, because we want to support our businesses. What are you going to do for those businesses while that permanent change is in effect?
I guess your question is, what permanent concessions are we going to make to our tenants, or what? I'm sorry, say that again, please.
Yes. Yeah, that's my question is that, I guess this has been messaged as we want to support our East Lansing businesses. And that, of course, includes Barrio, Foster, Jolly Pumpkin, Target, other businesses in our community. But my question is, this is a change you're requesting that would be something permanent. And so while I appreciate the temporary measures that were taken to support our local businesses here, if you're asking for a permanent change, I would ask, what are the permanent changes you're making to support those businesses if this were to go forward?
Sure. I guess I would respond that I don't know how one isolated incident has a necessary comparison to another, right? Each incident or each example or each scenario, in my humble opinion, needs to be looked at on its own merit, right? And so we're here to have a conversation on a particular business unit that is operating at 27% occupancy, yet paying 95% assessed taxes and different things, and it's just not working, right? And so I can tell you, between Harbor Bay and the Ball Line Management, I believe we're the largest commercial landlord in the downtown core. We're in consistent discussions with all of our tenants. Target might not be doing as well or as poorly as another tenant, or tenant ABC could be different than tenant XYZ. So, I would respectfully say that I don't think there is a blanket solution. We stand behind the morals and ethics of our company, as well as the Ball Line Management, Ball Line family, where we pride ourselves on being open-minded and solution-based with all our tenants. So we have, to that end, consistent discussions and communications. I would really encourage you guys, if you're willing to reach out to some of our tenants to ask, perhaps. I don't really like asking them. Sometimes these calls are a little bit awkward for people, but I would submit to you, if you reached out to probably our 15 plus commercial tenants in total, we're in consistent communications. We understand their business plans, and we're willing to help on an as-needed basis.
Okay. So talk to me a little bit about the 70 applicants that you had received. So what was their assumption when they reached out? If this is being advertised as a 55 and plus living facility and they did not meet that margin, and you're saying you have, I'm sorry, how many, you'd said 25 of the 91 units measured up or leased up?
We had over 70 parties reach out with interest in leasing in the 25 to 54. Our team gets a lot of calls just random, despite marketing efforts. People are constantly calling, each property in regards to seeing what is available from a leasing perspective. When that happens, we have a great staff. They're very personable and engaging, and they talk through with each individual and their circumstances, what they're at. Because as you're well aware, it's a sales position. So they're getting an understanding in a lot of cases. There's a lot of students that are just simply calling, looking for a place. But through the course of the conversations, our team talks through that, and they began to observe and note that, wow, we're getting a lot of mid-career professionals that are interested. And then even more so during these COVID times where the targeted demographic hasn't been calling, they've been predominantly the group that has been calling. It's been faculty, administrators, folks at Michigan State that are still coming to the region, professionals from the major employers. There's still a lot of movement in that space, and they're looking for opportunities. They're not interested in being in the suburbs in a lot of cases, and they're looking for places that have the proximity to Instacart, as well as Urban Eats and different things, Uber Eats, and different things that provide those opportunities. So it hasn't been a result of any marketing that we've done or so forth. It's just people that are just working the list. They go to Google Maps, and if you go to Google and you see a property that's close, and you pick up the phone and call it, and that's how that's come about.
Great. Have you guys received any requests or reached out from folks that are 55 and up that have concerns about the rent as it is?
Well, specific, you get calls from time to, I'm sorry, there's a hand being raised. Is that directed? Oh, sorry. So from a standpoint of, we get calls from a lot of folks in regards to different reasons that, they aren't looking. And a majority of the time, on a list of 10, the actual lease rate comes up as a concern, but it hasn't been the driving force why people have chosen not to live at Newman Lofts.
Okay. Residents spoke on about the closing costs, moving costs, real estate costs, and things that they did to close on their house, moving in, expecting this would be a 55 and plus development. If there were a change to be made, would you guys be willing to cover those costs for those 25 units?
Steve, I can take that one. Respectfully, I'm happy to sit down with the gentleman that made that comment. No is the short answer. These are one-year contracts for apartments. They're not condos. I don't want to be callous or appear callous in that response. We're here to find solutions, but to pay for the closing costs of a previous transaction, I don't think is befitting of this discussion.
Okay. All right. I have a couple more questions, but I do think we're running on time here. So I do want to close this out and go towards a council discussion. Councilmember Babcock, did you have anything else?
Thank you. So one of the tenants mentioned that your position is that only 80% of the units have to be rented to someone 55 or over, and I think that came up in our conversation as well. Are you renting to anyone under age 55 right now?
Yes, we are. So under the Fair Housing Act, you're permitted 80% has to be 55 plus, and then 20% can be permitted or leased to parties under 55 years of age. It's a conversation we can have. It's, per the Fair Housing Act of 1968, which this is based upon. And that's been the decision of our operational team and our team in general. And we've spoken with legal counsel on that as well.
How many of your apartments are rented out to people under age 55?
4.
And would that be 4 apartments with one person under age 55 and perhaps one person 55 or over? Or would that be 4 apartments with no one age 55 or older?
4 apartments, no one of age of 55 or older.
Thank you.
Okay. Council, have any other questions for the developer? Yeah, go ahead, Mayor Pro Tem.
Just to clarify, do those 4 non-55 apartments, is that included in the 27 number, or is that in addition to the 27 number?
It's included. So you have 21 units that are 55 plus, 4 units that are fall within that 20%. It's not a general 20% of the 91s. It's 20% of the occupied units per the letter of the law. Fair Housing Act in 1968.
Let me clarify that too, please. The specific language that was agreed to is that the 55 and older would be in accordance with the Federal Housing for Old Persons Act. So this is not a disingenuous attempt at bait and switch. This is the rules by which we're playing by. And I should note, I'm not going to by any means disclose information that I'm not allowed to disclose per confidentiality of a tenant, right? But I will say that the tenants that meet that criteria are the mid-career professionals, faculty, staff, what have you, at Michigan State that we're seeing, right? I mean, I think it's one of the main takeaways, whether this resonates with people or not. And I understand there's not going to be a decision today. And if above all, if we're going to, adjourn pretty quickly off this topic, I want to be very clear. We appreciate the conversation, right? Because a conversation should be had, right? And so we have seen a significant interest in the 25 to 54 employees of Michigan State University, faculty, administrators, what have you. We have been in discussions with Michigan State as well, and their executives on the topic. And if people want to talk about that, we're happy to as well.
Okay. Thank you. I appreciate that. I do want to take some of folks' time. I do have a couple other questions, but I honestly think you guys answered the majority of the ones that I had. And I think honestly, Councilmember Bacon's question was fairly on the line of where I was going as well. So I appreciate you guys being here. I'll ask Emily to remove the developers from the call, and I'll continue a conversation with the council.
Thank you for your time.
Thanks. So any council members looking to instruct staff in any direction or want to comment on this issue directly based on what we've heard so far, or ask any other questions of staff? Go ahead, Councilmember Babcock.
Thank you. I would ask that the city attorney give us some legal advice about whether this is a violation of the agreement for 55 and over, and how the development agreement works with federal law. We seem to have a pretty clear statement that they're violating the development agreement. So a little out of my depth, but perhaps we could get some guidance, and not necessarily off the cuff. Perhaps just in a memo to the council. Thank you.
Great. Other council members have reactions to this or want to share opinions on the matter? I'm sure the folks in the community are interested to know where we are on this issue.
And kind of just like I stated before, I was looking to I just want to see the math. I kind of need to understand what level of occupancy you need to have at which dollar amount and what happens, and what were the contingencies based on not COVID, but what if this was the next housing crisis or whatever else was going on? I never did get an answer or response on what was a contingency for things not going perfectly. I just kind of went right around it again, and I'm still waiting to know what was the zero sum game. Where did they have to land at? Is it 75%? Is it 50% at full freight? Like I have no sense of where they're going with the math. So
yeah. And just to offer my support, Councilmember Reagan, I thought your question was worded very, very well. And I think that I would also like to understand, what's the math behind the decision to make things work. Yeah, thank you. Other council members? Great, so I'll go. So I don't have any instruction of staff at this point. I do have a question for Mr. Fehrenbach. If they were to request this of the city council, they've done this in a press conference and then in individual letters to the council. Is there an actual process that would normally occur that wouldn't be, them reaching out to individual council members if they wanted to have something changed?
Certainly they could have, sent in a letter to the council, which would have been received and placed on your agenda as a written communication. And then at that point, you would have the ability to address it and perhaps put something on the agenda.
Okay. All right. So at this point, I will say where I am. I'm not interested in making this permanent change. I am cognizant of the fact that what they had stated was that the COVID-19 outbreak was the sole reason that this is not working currently. And I just I'm not there on something permanent to something that I'm hoping, and I think everybody can agree is going to be a temporary problem. I understand that there will be effects for many, many years, but I do also believe that this was a promise made to the community. This is a promise made to those residents that signed on. And a year in, I'm not willing to go there yet until I see some really hard evidence that that it's completely necessary. And at this point, I've gotten a lot of anecdotes and not a lot of data. And to Councilmember Bacon's point, that's what I need to see. Although I will just say, right now, the reason why I asked the questions on business support is that, that's been the message, is that we need to support our downtown businesses. And, this is a way that we can do that. And I'm not seeing the connection between these 66 units and the overall health of all of our downtown businesses. And so I asked the question, if this is a permanent change, what are the permanent changes you're going to make to help at least businesses that are your tenants? And I don't think I got an answer to that, at least right now. And so I'm not there yet. I really am not. I think they made a commitment to the city. I think they made a commitment to the residents. And I think that, I wasn't on council when this deal was made, and so I can't really speak to the decision-making process then, but I can speak to what I've heard now, and what I've heard basically from every resident that's reached out to me that lives in this facility, and most people in the community, is that they would like to see this deal honored. And I am a representative of the people, and that is who I take my guidance from more than anything else. So that's where my head is at on this, at least at the time being. So anybody else have any comments, questions, statements? Great. Okay. I will, yeah, go ahead, Councilmember Babcock.
It's hard to be asked to change a commitment that was made to the community, particularly when you find that the other party has changed it essentially behind your back. We thought those were 55 and older apartments. I have never seen an issue that has so unified my email inbox, which is people don't support this. They feel a commitment was made and a structure was built over old parking lot 1. It was a deal that was made without an RFP and without a bidding process. And it was a deal made by sophisticated builders who work in several states, who had 3 options and chose from one of them and have never suggested that they would like one of the other options that was available to them. I am not the least bit inclined to change this. And when I saw that incendiary letter from August 27th, I thought, when I ran for council, people told me I would have a lot of power, and I sort of rolled my eyes. But apparently the attorneys at Foley Lardner and the folks at Harbor Bay think that we are capable of causing a global pandemic just to cause them damage. And I don't think that's true. And I certainly know we wouldn't, even if we could. Thank you.
Thanks. Okay, so it is 9:31 right now. I will request a 5-minute break for council members, and then we'll come back and continue on with our agenda. Is that all right with everybody? Great. We will be back at 9:36. Thank you very much. Great. Are folks back? I'm waiting. I don't see Councilmember Babcock, but great. I believe we have everybody back. Emily, would you mind taking the break off the screen? Thanks. All right, thank you guys. Welcome back. Our next item on our agenda is discussion of Chesterfield Hills and the use of funds per agreement with Campus Village for rental conversions. Mr. Fehrenbach, this is all you.
Greetings, and Ms. Gordon, if you can pull up the presentation quickly here. Essentially, this item is a result of an agreement with the developer that dates back to 2006, when they wanted to build a 47-unit rental housing project. And as part of that agreement, it involved their responsibility to convert rental domiciles in Chesterfield Hills to owner-occupied and deed restrict them. Ultimately, they had a goal of converting 25, and ultimately they only converted 7 and agreed to, you can just go ahead and move forward in the presentation, please, Ms. Gordon. Agreed to make a payment to satisfy the remaining obligation of $300,000. There was some delays in this payment, but ultimately the city was made whole. And this amount is currently available, specific for the conversion of rentals to owner-occupied in a specific area, which is adjacent and including a large portion of the Chesterfield Hills neighborhood. Go ahead, next slide, please. The conversion dollars are applicable to Class 3 and Class 4 licenses. Currently, there are 19 in this district. Next slide, please. Just a little context for Chesterfield Hills. It is a historic district. And as of 2005, there is a R01 overlay on the district. So no initial residential licenses are allowable. And the last one that was issued as a new license was 2005. Go ahead, next slide. So this is the map that's tied to the development agreement. You can see the current rentals are the colorful properties here. And go ahead, next slide. Just some basically policy questions for the council to consider as we think about you spending this $300,000 for its intended purpose. So the first one is, should we attempt to acquire rental licenses or properties outright, or should we leverage the fund to incentivize others to purchase, rehabilitate, and deed restrict? And that would most likely, be breaking it up into smaller grants or loans. 2 is, should the deed restriction be required for a period of years or be permanent? And 3 is, should our efforts place a priority on specific properties such as those within the core of the neighborhood? So next slide, please. So we kind of looked at 2 main options here. One, to essentially spend the money to buy properties outright. The pros of this would be certainly streamlining the city purchase and deed restriction process, and that we would control the property. And the next slide. The cons really are that the number of conversions with $300,000 is likely to be very low. There's a number of expenses related to carrying the property until the future sale, which is uncertain. Certainly maintenance, market conditions, potential liabilities, potential realty expenses to sell it, and likely some rehab costs as well, which could be significant. Lastly, the sales price would likely be inflated once the market understands the city's desire to convert these. Next slide. So staff really was interested in exploring this concept of using the $300,000 to really leverage it in a way that would would get a market response to reach these same goals. We think the pros are that it would have a higher likelihood of more conversions happening if we could move the market, which would ultimately result in more owner-occupied residency. Also, it could be layered with other potential incentives that exist within the city or otherwise, such as the employee home ownership program, the homeowner assistance program, et cetera. There is less likelihood if we use the money as part of someone else's purchase that there'd be a property liability for the city and there wouldn't be any maintenance or carrying costs. Next slide. In terms of the cons, obviously the investment conversions will not ultimately result in a potential for financial gain for the city as a grant. I think probably more likely that if we purchased it outright and flipped it, there'd be some sort of potential for recoupment of costs or potential financial gain. The market demand itself will dictate the city, will dictate the sale, not the city. The incentive amount to move the market is going to ultimately be hard to determine, and the sales price again may still be inflated, although maybe less so in terms of an outright sale. So next slide. In terms of kind of the staff's perspective on this, I think that based on our view of the pros and cons and the discussion with at least one neighborhood leader, we do think it makes sense to explore kind of the option of creating some sort of incentive type program to try to move the market. We think it would potentially have a broader impact on the conversions and a broader benefit to a larger demographic. There are currently some houses, some rentals that are on the market currently, and what we'd like to do, next slide please, is to really discuss with some of the folks in the market, some of the real estate experts, and some of the sort of rental type experts, how to structure an incentive that may actually work. In some sense, it's a bit of an experiment, but in others, we may actually be able to move the market rather quickly here and effectuate essentially the desired outcome that was originally envisioned as part of this agreement. So I think the next slide is just the questions slide. I want to note that Ms. Irwin, our housing administrator, has been working closely with me on this, and she is also available for any questions that you might have.
Great, thank you. Any council members have questions? Yeah, go ahead.
I have a question about rental licenses and how they work. So sorry if this is ignorant, it's just a gap in my knowledge. But so when so I know that houses that have had rental licenses historically can keep them in rental overlay districts. Do they have to keep them up to date? Like if they let it lapse, does it disappear, or can they renew it again at a later date?
So my understanding is that if they let it lapse for a certain amount of time, I believe that's a year, but Annette can correct me if I'm wrong, that they do surrender it.
So in terms of a deed restriction that might be placed on a purchased property, we essentially just have to ask them to not renew the rental license. Is that what we would be putting in the deed restriction?
So essentially the incentive would be, it would only be contingent upon both the surrender of the rental license and the deed restriction that the property would not be rented in perpetuity or for some period of time. That's one of the kind of policy questions for the council.
And that would be because Chesterfield Hills is one of our rental overlay districts, right? So that would be kind of a double protection against that district being the overlay being overturned.
Correct. Yeah. If the overlay was ever overturned, those houses would still not be able to get a new rental license.
Okay. So it's kind of I think the possibility of the rental overlay in Chesterfield being removed anytime soon is fairly unlikely. So kind of got it. That was really the crux of my question. So just to summarize, you did a great job on your slides. I'm just going to put it into my plain English. So we're essentially deciding or debating between the merit of outright buying houses and then reselling them to people who would not rent them but would reside in them, or essentially offering like a down payment assistance to people who would also move in. So I guess if we're allowed to move into discussion, I know this was questions, or should other questions go? But I guess in my brainstorming of this idea of converting rentals to owner occupied, that second option has always seemed like the most likely to succeed. It gives us the option of targeting, you know, specific groups of people that we're interested in having settle in the area, either our own employees or, you know, possibly creating a new down payment program for like graduate students at MSU or some demographic that we feel would be a valuable addition to those neighborhoods, and then specifically give some sort of incentive that would even out the difference between market rate and investment rate in terms of property value. So, you know, that very closely mirrors my own thoughts on how these types of programs might succeed or might be successful. And I kind of love the idea of doing a little pocket market study with somebody else's money to see how it works before we try to do something broader. So,
yeah, to the Mayor Pro Tem's point, you know, I've always been somewhat skeptical about, you know, the costs involved in the conversion of a rental property to an owner-occupied property, and I do think this would give us a little bit of an insight into that. And it also, I mean, you know, this is what these funds were originally intended for. You know, we're talking about honoring decisions in this council meeting a good amount. So I understand that. Other questions, comments?
I did have one more question, just a point of curiosity. The 7 rental houses that were converted by the developer, what was the mechanism that they used to convert those? Was it just purchase and sell?
I believe they purchased and rehabilitated and then sold.
Okay, got it.
We have any data from them, like on costs associated with that process?
There is a lot of data, but it all goes back to like the 2005, 2006 time frame. So I don't know how valuable it would be in today's market.
Understood. Other council members? Okay, so I mean, staff is looking for guidance on this. By the way, I always appreciate this kind of discussion on a council agenda. If you know, there's questions that staff wants to bring up before something's even passed, this is great. So, and I always appreciate those PowerPoints as well that list kind of pros and cons. I agree that I think leveraging funds in terms of grant program is probably the safer and more responsible bet for utilizing funds that at least one council member can say that is between the two options. That is where my head is at. I will also say that, one thing that I've very frequently thought of when we're talking about, conversion of properties is also conversion of properties to affordable rental units for families. And so I would, I guess I don't have the background on intended purpose, so I don't want to speak to it directly, but if the intent behind this really is, and I see the language right here, conversion, not just because you're going from a rental to owner occupied house, but also diversity of housing and, seeing these houses go to families and other folks in the neighborhood, I would say maybe there can be a conversation around, grant programs to fix up facilities and then go from maybe a class 3 or class 4 to a class 1 or 2, right? Class 1 would be renting to a single family, correct? Yeah.
Class 1 rental license allows an owner and owner's family to have a roomer.
Yeah. Okay, and then class 2, just as a clarification. Ms. O'Reilly?
Class 2s are legal non-conforming rental licenses, and that would not be a class of license that could be pursued.
Sorry.
And actually, because this particular neighborhood does have a rental restriction overlay that's an RO1, which means no further rentals, I don't believe that under the zoning we would be able to take, for example, a class 4 and reduce it down to a class 1. I don't think zoning would allow for that in the overlay district.
Okay. All right. Well, then that, I guess, changes my opinion. Yeah, I said yes on the information that was provided to me today and that information as well. Grant program makes more sense to me. And deed restriction would probably have to be permanent, I would assume, at least from my initial thoughts. I'm happy to be wrong on that if other people have different opinions. Other council members' thoughts?
First of all, I just want to echo your feeling that we do need rental property that's attractive to families. And so although this does not seem like the opportunity to pursue that, it is definitely still a priority for me. So, rah, and let's continue that discussion. In terms of a permanent deed restriction, my feeling is if the neighborhood of Chesterfield Hills changes so dramatically that the residents were willing to give up the overlay, then I would not feel that it was necessarily fair to have these houses restricted. I'm trying to conceive of a change in that neighborhood that would be so dramatic that would happen, because I know the residents of that neighborhood are very attached to that overlay. So if such a thing were to happen, I feel like whatever deeds were left with these properties should follow the bulk of the neighborhood. So maybe it could be written in such a way as like restricted unless the overlay is changed or something. I don't know. I don't write deeds, but in terms of permanent, it just seems like if it, yeah, anyway.
Manager, do you have something? And, Mr. Yaden?
Yeah, I just wanted to say with regard to the permanency of the deed restrictions, those are all drafted so that both parties can agree to remove them later. It just takes an amendment to the deed restriction. So when you say permanent, that's assuming that we don't agree to change it later. So you can make it permanent, and then in the case where the Mayor Pro Tem just raised, the neighborhood changes so drastically, they could come back and seek to have that deed restriction removed.
Okay, cool. That makes sense. Thank you for that clarification. Other folks, comments, questions? George, did you have something? I apologize.
I was just noticing that Mr. Yaden had his hand. That was all.
Oh, okay. Okay.
I have a question. What are the homes selling for? Like the price range in that area?
That I don't know off the top of my head, but it's certainly something we would look into with either program. I don't know if Annette may have some of that information at the ready.
No, and not for these particular properties, and it would be a range, of course. Some of these are smaller rentals kind of along the edge of the neighborhood, and then some are larger on the interior. So I think the price range would vary, but certainly what we would do, I think, in our research and looking at that is when did they last sell? What was the price at the time? A few of these are listed for sale now, I believe. And so certainly we would look and see what they're listed for at this time.
Yeah, I think it would be great to maximize how much we could offer it to low to moderate income families. And so, sometimes certain prices of homes, families are automatically pushed out. So that's what I was asking. But if it's feasible that we could offer it to low to moderate income families to own, I think that would be great.
Yeah, agreed.
And along with what Mayor Pro Tem said about the deed restrictions, I think it would be good to have it offered for a period, not permanently. Because if the other folks that are in there aren't deed restricted, and if it, goes along with the overlay, and if they decide to rent the properties, I think that person should be able to join in as well, and you shouldn't have that permanent deed restriction on your property.
I will point out too that I do believe the other properties that were resold under this prior agreement also are all deed restricted. So we can take a look at it and probably want to consider wording those in similar fashion. And as Mr. Yaden said, if council at a future time, if a future council were to want to take a look at those, then we could certainly agree to have those removed if that was the desire of a future council.
So those are permanent deed restrictions then?
The properties currently are deed restricted unless I believe both parties were to agree to remove those.
So the conversation is basically between we set a period of years where it automatically goes away, or there's the possibility of it going away at an undetermined time, but the expectation is that it's going to stay.
Yeah, my house is deed restricted. So I was given the, you know, what the rules are, and mine are for a certain period of time. And so like, I'm well aware that I couldn't rent my house and I couldn't do this or that for a period of time, but I would just like the option of it not being permanent, similar to mine, that it's not permanent.
Okay, and that is definitely part of this discussion. So other council members feeling on that issue specifically? Mayor Pro Tem, given that you heard from Councilmember Watson, our housing administrator, and Mr. Yaden, do you have a stronger opinion one way or the other on this?
I still kind of fall down on Councilmember Watson's side of having a time restriction that does not ultimately result in a permanent restriction, since it is already protected by the overlay.
Okay. Other council members' thoughts on that issue specifically? Councilmember Babcock or Bacon? I know staff's looking for guidance on this, so probably need to get a majority of council on one side of the issue. Yeah.
I'm generally supportive of what I've heard from Mayor Pro Tem and Councilmember Watson, particularly the low to moderate income. And, you know, something we often overlook is that we talk about low to moderate income and many things may come to mind, but an adjunct professor at Michigan State University working full-time, which is rare, earns a maximum of $37,000 a year. So many of the moderate income people may not be who stereotype suggests, and everyone should be welcome, but I think we need a better understanding, a better reflexive understanding of who low to moderate income is. Of course, I'm one of those crazy people who believes that if you can work in East Lansing making pizzas, you ought to be able to live here too and send your kids to the schools. So I think we're all in agreement on that point. So thank you.
Okay, so I think you have guidance on, and is everybody, I'm gonna just ask for nods. Is everybody on board with staff's assessment that leveraging funds rather than outright purchasing is the right way to go forward with things? Okay, good. So that's guidance there. And then it looks like you have guidance in terms of deed restrictions only lasting for a period of years rather than be permanent. And then the last question that you had posed is, should our efforts place a priority on specific properties such as those within the core of the neighborhood? My response to that is honestly, probably just what the market dictates and who needs the most help is where my head is at. Go ahead, Mr. Fehrenbach, sorry.
I just wanted to say that I think that question is kind of more relevant if we were to outright purchase.
Oh, my bad.
So
Okay.
if we're looking at more of an incentive program, I don't think we need to address that. So thank you.
That makes more sense. Yeah, I was honestly not really understanding it either. So that's great. Great. Is there sufficient guidance on this from council then? Awesome. Thank you, and I'm looking forward to seeing this back on the table at some point in the future.
Yeah, this is exciting. I've got high hopes for this little trial push. I'm excited.
Great. Our next item on the agenda is discussion of business support programming. This is Adam Cummins, our Community and Economic Development Administrator. I believe he needs to be actually let into the call too. You know, we don't let him in before we absolutely need him to speak. Welcome.
Thank you. Thank you. Good evening. So tonight I'll be discussing and seeking council input on several concepts staff is considering to further support the East Lansing business community.
Yeah.
So Emily, if you can
Perfect.
go to that next slide, please. There we are. So what you see here is a list of business support programs that we discussed during my last presentation to council. These programs have either been expired, they're done, or currently being implemented. As I indicated during my last presentation, protecting public health is at the core of our economic recovery strategy. During this time, the business owners' livelihoods are directly linked to public health and our ability to slow or stop the spread of the COVID-19 coronavirus. So really what this is saying is our success in staying open, keeping our local economy open is directly linked to our ability as a community to stay safe. And so as we'll discuss on the next several slides, staff continue to apply this strategy when considering future programming to support our downtown business community. Emily, next slide, please. So the concepts we are considering, they're focused on enhancing and activating our outdoor public spaces. We're trying to reimagine and reinvent the built environment. To do this, staff is evaluating how we can transform our streets, sidewalks, and other spaces into these spacious, people-centric places that are conducive to practicing the desired behaviors that are recommended by public health officials. Like the past and present programming that have been implemented, staff continue to explore the design approaches that will promote and encourage these behaviors like social distancing, wearing masks, and practicing proper hygiene. And so our approach, if we were to reinvent the way that we use our built environment, we would approach this as we have been with a harm reduction approach. How can we design and build a program that's going to, reduce the risk and threat posed to public health? Next slide, please. So, to provide this type of space, we're trying to provide a space that people are attracted to, they're desired to come and stay and spend some time in. We're trying to attract the people, add to the vibrancy of downtown. We want to enhance the pedestrian experience, provide more opportunities to socialize safely, incorporate public art. We've been working with some representatives of the Art Commission. I'll be speaking with the Art Commission on Thursday on how we can work together to incorporate more art into our response programs. But ultimately, we want to increase the foot traffic downtown. We don't necessarily want to draw large crowds. We don't have an event, but we want to have consistent, traffic flow of people downtown. And, winter is coming. And so in order to do this, we want to provide a comfortable, safer, and more desirable space downtown for our patrons, our customers, and our businesses. If you can see the design in that slide there, that's incorporating social distancing, putting barriers up between seating. It has art and hand sanitizing stations. Emily, next slide, please. So really, these are the concepts that staff is seeking your input on. We're currently considering like a downtown pedestrian path or a loop. Think, like an exercise circle loop, whatever that looks like, where the streets are closed down. It's all pedestrian centric. We're not prioritizing the vehicles. The parklets, outdoor dining, shopping options. But again, winter's coming. And so we've been playing around with the idea of winter markets, maybe along that pedestrian path that is shut down for pedestrian only downtown. We can do the street closures. We can utilize on-street parking spaces, the alleyways. We have Valley Court we're evaluating. And the parking garages. And that concept is really, how can we provide that open air circulation environment and protect people from the elements during the winter time. And so really it's about, winter's coming. I think to support our businesses, we really need to increase that foot traffic downtown and provide an environment that's going to attract people. And what you see there is, we're exploring the idea of these business sheds for a winter market. Of course, the business community would have to, buy into that and be supportive of that to participate. But we really just wanted to get your input and, on these concepts and see where you were at. And Emily, next slide, please. That leads me to any questions, considerations, feedback, ideas that you may have.
Great. So talk to me a little bit about how you envision this to work. So, actual areas that they would like rent out, or would we be covering costs?
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Yeah, that's a good question. So the original concept is to have these public spaces that are, pedestrian focused, kind of safe streets, if you will. Yeah. And, kind of phased in approach, see if we can get the buy-in from the business owners, kind of test the concept, test the market. And then if this looks like a viable, feasible option and it's working, then we could start exploring the idea of getting these business sheds or, getting the business community out.
By buy-in, you mean businesses support of the program, right?
Support of the program, not actual dollar amount. Yeah. I strongly believe that in order to do this, this would have to be cost-free to the businesses. Make that cost-free as much as possible. Again, during this time, everything's going digital. There's mandatory quarantines, and then there's stay home safe orders. And so by doing this, I really think we could provide more visibility to the businesses, the foot traffic, if you will, and help generate some of those revenues during COVID-19.
I have a question. I love the image of the little carts and huts and things along the pedestrian ways, and I like the idea of a pedestrian only access area. I do realize that I'm one of 3 businesses. Well, I guess Hopcat's got a window on Grove Street, but it was pretty brutal for us on this little dead end when Albert was closed down, because people, I would get calls. I just want to apologize, first of all, for talking about my personal business during council. I'm only doing it as an example, not as any sort of, I really try to keep that separate, but this is pertinent. So, coming down Linden, there's just a giant orange road closed sign that looks like, there's nothing here. And I would have customers park there and be like, how do I get to you? And then there's a little tiny sign that says that the Grove Garage is open. So, and I that's no resentment whatsoever. I know that whole area came up very quickly. I actually really enjoyed seeing lots of families downtown and bikes and things like that, in terms of a draw. And it does really seem like you're trying to be much more deliberate in this as an ongoing plan. So, traffic flow is concerning to me when we're talking about taking large areas of our downtown where we really do only have one through street and making them pedestrian zones, because it just makes that much more difficult. I love the image of little kiosks along the street. I think that's, really fun. What are you envisioning occupying those? Are those extensions of the existing businesses, or are those other businesses kind of popping up? Are those areas that people could take a takeout and eat there? What's happening in the little huts?
Great questions. It would be the brick and mortar that are existing in East Lansing now. We're not trying to attract new businesses, but it'd be an extension of those existing businesses. Trying to address, consumer behaviors are changing. People aren't dining in as much. So to answer your other question, yeah, the concept would be to provide these spaces that people could go out and, eat the carry out food from the downtown restaurants.
I do realize that like the idea of creating spaces for new businesses downtown might seem counterintuitive for the existing businesses, but I personally have been talking with artist friends of mine who've had their whole season canceled about doing pop-ups within my store. And I think that to a certain extent, having brief encounters with different types of businesses that aren't already down here can create a draw that can support the existing businesses. I think we've had a complaint directed towards the art fair that people come down for the art fair and they don't go into the businesses. So I think it would have to be a collaboration. Like I kind of think about the arts night out that happens in Old Town where the businesses host an individual artist or craftsperson just for that evening. And I think like this idea of having kind of micro kiosk areas that could accommodate that and create sort of a changing marketplace could be a really fun add-on. But I think, you know, to your point, that it would have to be something that the brick and mortar business really agreed to. So, you know, and kind of fostered like, you know, I don't want to say that Old Town's doing everything right, but each of those businesses arranges their own artist for that night. So it's somebody that has a relationship with the business already, and then it creates this kind of draw where you physically enter the business in order to see the artist, but then you're also in the business. So I think, you know, and obviously we want to do it in a way that doesn't create a density of people that makes it impossible to be safe. So I think like physically spreading things out would be a critical component of this. But I don't know. I mean, I love the look of the little sheds, huts, whatever we're calling them.
Those were actually, one was from Holland, Michigan, and one's for Detroit.
Councilmember Babcock, go ahead.
Thank you. Okay, my first thought when I saw the like seating around the open fires was marshmallows, but it's late and I'm getting hungry, but that might be kind of fun. My other thought was like Mayor Pro Tem's, you know, when you're in Paris, they have those sheds along the bridge and they just sort of roll up and you can buy used books or scarves or whatever they happen to have. My one concern is that after we rolled out the downtown open air eating zone, I heard from some restaurants that they weren't consulted and they weren't happy. They wanted to know where we thought this was a good idea. I said, well, it was my understanding that the RHC was behind it. So I think as we continue to learn and as we continue to move forward, more communication. And I'd also like to see some extra emphasis, extra communication with the non-food and bar entities downtown, because I think they often feel like they get short shrift. I was thinking during this about a jewelry store, for instance. We want there to be something that they can use here, although the store that comes to mind tends to sell very high-end items, so I don't know how this would work for them. But this might also be an opportunity to bring in small craft exhibits, or I was thinking about the fair trade store that we used to have here. That might be an excellent opportunity for people to walk by and pick up international Christmas ornaments or whatever the season moves them to purchase. So I like the idea, but as you know, we can all imagine a great idea. It's hard to deliver, but I hope it's successful. Thank you.
Yeah, and I want to emphasize these are concepts at this point, and these are all great questions that we're trying to answer right now. You know, to the jewelry store example that you just gave, the thought is if we can do this in a way that it gives exposure to all businesses and not just one area, that will help with the foot traffic and the customers walking by those businesses that may not, you know, participate on the street.
Yeah, and to be fair, I do think that this is in the preliminary stages of discussion, right? This is just kind of like getting council's take on things, which, by the way, again, I think this is really good. I think that like just staff bringing us ideas and things, I think this is helpful. We talked about this a little bit, I guess, in a different concept, right? It was parking garage originally.
Yeah, well, the garage ideas was on that slide. So also floating around the idea, utilizing the parking garages for those business sheds, those business huts. I don't know the correct terminology. But yeah, providing protection from the elements, but still in that open air environment to provide those safety measures.
Go ahead.
I've always thought it would be really fun to do an art festival that was essentially a trunk show that was out of people's trunks in the parking garage. So anyway, think about that.
Councilmember Watson, Councilmember Bacon, any thoughts?
I was just picturing it's cold. That's all I could picture in my head. But
yep.
It sounds cool, really cool, and cool sells. So I like it. I like the concept.
And I agree. I got to say, though, one of the first things people told me when I moved to Michigan was you have to embrace the winters. And I've learned to do that. I look forward to winter now. And so that's the thought process.
I would say, this is kind of one of those things where, like, especially when we were talking about this today, parking garages is like a, protection from the elements. And, we're obviously talking about like whether or not, that'd be even permissible because,
right.
We want folks to be safe too. But to Councilmember Bacon's point, we're getting into winter here and we want to figure out a way that we can support people and offer programs and incentives. But, if it's cold, you don't know if people are going to want to be outside. So I do also think that, reach out to businesses on this specific item would be good.
Right.
If it's not going to be helpful, obviously, I don't think, it's something we do, but I am all on board with creative solutions because I don't think we have a roadmap for this. And I think other cities have done some cool things. I think we've done some cool things, but I think this takes the open air dining and kind of takes it a step further, creates more of an atmosphere rather than, and by the way, I do think that program was helpful. And I did hear some concerns about traffic as well. So I'd be interested to hear a little bit more from you on location.
And absolutely. And with each one of these concepts, there's obviously many barriers that we'd have to overcome. So
yeah. Councilmember Watson, sorry, you guys.
So if we did do this, like how soon do you see it coming to fruition?
That's a great question. Obviously we want to move quickly, but we don't want to move quickly and compromise, any public safety standards or, quality of the program. There is a lot of work and due diligence to do still. And that's kind of why we thought it would be appropriate to, come to you guys, to council and get your input on this before we got too far down the road.
Yep. No, I think that's fair. And Councilmember Watson, sorry.
Yeah. All right. So you're thinking November, December, just rough, like 3 months.
In my head, I would like to get it launched in November.
Okay.
Before the real cold weather comes, kind of get people, used to the idea and the environment and coming down.
I think it sounds cool. Something else I wanted to throw out there, the fires look cool. I was at a brewery and they said they're getting outdoor igloos. And so I just wanted to throw that out there for our weather and stuff. Yeah, for cool things to think about.
Yeah, absolutely. I've come across igloos as well. I think that's a really cool concept. And it's definitely on our list.
Okay, so yeah, I think we're all in general support. I think we all had random different considerations in terms of communication to businesses, location, feasibility of some different items. But I think you heard that, and I appreciate this being brought to the council. I do.
All right, thank you for your time.
Great.
Thanks. Sounds cool.
Thank you.
Before Christmas shopping season would be good.
Duly noted.
Our next item on our agenda is consideration of proposed amendment to City of East Lansing Emergency Rental and Mortgage Relief Program guidelines. I believe this is Amy Schlichler. Welcome to the call.
Good evening. So as city council members are aware, about a month ago, the city of East Lansing launched an emergency mortgage and rental assistance program that is funded through our community development block grant program. So in other words, we are receiving funds from the Department of Housing and Urban Development that have then been sent to the city of East Lansing. And so we've developed this program to provide assistance. Our current program actually allows applicants to receive up to 3 months of mortgage or rental assistance with a $2,000 cap per household. Since we launched the program, HUD actually came out with a new program waiver stating that municipalities such as East Lansing could extend that to up to 6 months. And so it is the recommendation of staff at this time that City Council consider a possible amendment to the program requirements. After consultation, it would be our recommendation that you might consider up to 6 months with a $5,000 cap. I can tell you that at this time, we have served 3 households with funding with the intent to service more actually this week with some additional checks. We have 7 households actually awaiting service. Part of this was based upon sort of the forbearance requirements. If you think it's sort of a national lending level, a lot of forbearances kicked in April. So a lot of households are now coming up to that 6-month threshold or have just hit that. And so I think that that's a lot of where the initial national policy came from. So this is for discussion and consideration for you this evening to consider an amendment to the existing program guidelines. And I'm happy to answer any questions you might have.
I have a couple of questions, but I'll open up to council.
Sure.
Go ahead. You did have any? Okay, great. So I guess I'm all right with this. The thing that I am cognizant of is, I also want to make sure that we're able to support some students as well in this, and looking over some of the eligibility requirements. I think some students would still be able to qualify, but I do also think that they might not be aware that they can, or I think that when you talk about every member of the household, right, it can't be an individual part of the lease. So say like you're living in a house of 4 people and you yourself as an individual are having trouble with it, but the other 3 members aren't, right, or they don't meet that qualification, you wouldn't qualify. Is that correct?
So I believe the way that we've determined the qualifications would be is actually, Mayor, if you are, for example, in the Northern Tier and you have 4 individuals, but there are 4 separate leases. So in a lot of households, right, you have a separate lease for your particular room.
Yeah.
If you are responsible, if you're a student and you're responsible for that lease, that particular room, then we're only income qualifying you based upon that individual lease. So we believe in many instances that person would be eligible to qualify.
So if an individual has one lease and 5 people are signed off on it, could one person apply for those funds out of that 5?
So one lease with 5 persons named. Yep. If it's one lease with 5 persons named, then in that case, we have to income qualify all 5. Because everyone's sharing one household.
Is that a requirement on us based on the funds from the Fed, or is that something that we put into place?
No, it's a requirement of that determination is based on the Department of Housing and Urban Development. So it's a federal requirement. The one thing I can also say is, sometimes it also depends on dependency too, like tax information, but yeah, that is a current federal statute.
Okay. So for many of the leases in East Lansing that are, and of course I'm speaking on students right now. I'm not
sure, certainly.
Many other rentals that absolutely would qualify, as well as mortgage assistance. I'm more just speaking on students. So I don't want it to be confused that this is just a student program, because it is not. But I think that, it would still apply to those, that would be all income qualified. But of course, there are most people, I would say, that sign these leases that are in these multifamily dwellings do have, 5 people on one lease, right? And I want to be able to help everybody that we can with this. So I'm just wondering if there's maybe steps we could take or things that we could do to, I don't know, if it's a HUD requirement, then I guess it's a different conversation. But Amy, do you understand kind of what I'm getting at? Is that
I do. And generally speaking, you know, the requirement of HUD is that you must income qualify persons that are 18 years of age or older that are residing in the household. So, you know, that's really kind of the finite. We might have a unique situation, right, where persons might, you know, be making closer to minimum wage, you know, and you know, and a lot of loans don't necessarily count as income, but you know, we might have some unique requirements, but I do understand your point. It's certainly something we can research, but that is the HUD statute as I understand it.
If it is something that we could research, that'd be great. It's just,
Sure.
you know, an issue that's near and dear to me. Other council members' thoughts on this? By the way, the overall proposal I'm okay with. I understand the purpose and I'm all right based on this. Other folks?
I had one question, and I embarrassingly think that you might have already answered it, but is income qualification to 18 and up if they are dependent of their parents? Is it their parents' income, or can they qualify independently?
It depends on their tax status. So if they are independents, if they are not dependents, then they qualify individually. If they are dependents of their parents, then we do a deeper dive. We do what we call a 1040 income verification. And so we look at sort of the amount that they are being subsidized by the parents and fact.
But it's not the parents' entire income.
No.
It's not.
Okay. Well, that's okay.
That's reassuring.
Yeah, that is reassuring. Okay.
Yep. So it's essentially evaluated on the level of dependency.
Okay. Actually, that is a really interesting point that I would, thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. It's not something I would have fully understood. Other folks, questions? Dana?
Yeah, I just wanted to mention I'm on the board of directors for Capital Area Housing Partnership, and I moved into my home in 2015 with CAPS assistance. And I think about like when I was a college student, and like even though my parents claimed me, like I paid my rent and I worked like fast food. And so I, you know, to your point, just thinking about those students who counted on a job that's most likely not giving them the hours that they need right now, and that it would just be nice if we had some for our renters, because what I'm also learning is there's a lot of catches for our mortgage folks, but for our renters, there's not a lot of catches during this time. And so I understand, you know, the HUD laws and stuff, but it would just be good if we could support everyone or more folks in our community.
Yeah. Thank you. Any other comments?
Yeah, I just really like the moving of the caps. I think that's going to be critical. And we're just getting into the numbers seem low, but I think we're getting to the height of this thing now. We're going to really see the need start to go straight up. So it really sounds good that you're moving the caps out and looking to, you know, extend the period and the dollar amount. That seems really timely. So wise decision. Was it?
Great. So do we have, was there a requirement of council action on this, or was this just more guidance? I know that you had said this in the beginning, City Manager.
Yeah, I think we're actually looking for direction because staff could administratively do that. Is that correct, Amy? You can change.
That's correct. We could administratively do that, but I think we thought as City Council to approve the program itself, it might be more prudent to have City Council actually take formal action.
Okay. And just one more clarification, you know, why now on this change? What was the catalyst, I suppose, for, I know you spoke to it before, but.
Sure. The initial catalyst was really that HUD had sent down a waiver to all municipalities stating that, you know, historically they had been set, and when CDBG CV funds, so coronavirus funds, it's been set, they were very clear and they were saying no more than 3 months. And then they had come to us and said, actually, you can extend it to 6 months. So it was an opportunity for everyone. And so we wanted to that was the catalyst to sort of discuss it internally as staff and then share it with you.
Okay. Awesome. So is there, I'm looking for yeah, I think I know what the motion would be, but is there a motion on this item? All right, I will make a motion then to approve an amendment to the existing City of East Lansing Emergency Rental and Mortgage Relief Program, which would allow income eligible households to receive up to 6 months of financial assistance at a total cap of $5,000 per household. I'll look for a second. Looks like that is seconded by Councilmember Babcock. Any discussion? All right, seeing none. Oh, go ahead, Councilmember Babcock, if you had it. Great. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
I believe Councilmember Watson also voted in the affirmative. Yep. All those opposed, same sign. Great. That is passed. Thank you very much, Amy, for being on the call with us.
Thank you.
So our next item on the agenda actually is not on our agenda, it was on our agenda a little bit earlier, but it is the request for a closed session for the purpose of continuing the city manager's evaluation. I believe we need a motion, a second, and then we need a roll call vote on this. So I will make a motion to enter closed session for the purpose of discussing the city manager's annual evaluation.
Second.
Okay, seconded by Councilmember Watson. Will the clerk please call the roll?
Councilmember Babcock,
Yes.
Councilmember Bacon,
Yes.
Councilmember Watson,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Gregg,
Yes.
Mayor Stevens.
Yes. And now that that has passed, I will say we are going to go into closed session, which is going to be in a different Zoom meeting. We will then come back to this meeting to adjourn, but you should not expect any action taken when we get back. We're probably just going to come back to this meeting, say that we're out of closed session, and then adjourn. Other council members, you should see another invite in your inbox, and I will hopefully see you on that call very shortly. City Manager, did you have anything?
Oh, I'll see you on there.
Okay. See everybody there.
Meeting.
Emily, if you're still with us, if you wouldn't mind taking off the screen. Do we have a, great, thank you. Seeing everybody is here. We are out of closed session now. We're not taking any further action. So at this point, I will adjourn the meeting. Thank you, everybody, for being with us.
Good night.